Alrighty. Hopefully that is working all good. Stream should be fine. Alright. How's everyone doing? How has the last couple days treated everybody? For me, I have been doing my best to avoid any and all spoilers that I can. Largely successful, but one or two things have been learned, unfortunately. But that's sort of inevitable unless I, like, completely ignore the internet. But...
This place is rich with the sweet scent of flowers.
Just gonna double check that I, for whatever reason,
Can we
didn't
stay here
change
for a while longer?
the audio. Okay. I'm gonna pull up the audio just a little bit on that end. Okay. So, I'm not gonna wait too long here to get into it. I very much sort of just wanna get back to it as quickly as possible. But I will just sort of take a moment to make sure that everyone's doing good and anybody who wants to show up can. Yeah, no. Thumbnails have been something I have had to avoid like the plague. I luckily have been able to avoid most actual, like, spoiler thumbnails, but yeah, those are bad. Those are really bad. But yeah. Alright. Yeah, I'm not gonna wait long. I'm just gonna get straight back into this. Who knows how much longer we have? I did look up to see, like, how long, roughly, the story is. Obviously, it varies based on how long you take with things, but realistically, we should be able to get through all of it today without much issue. But yeah, so, with that, let's get started.
Hey, friend! Is the debate finally over? Did you win?
No, we didn't. A glorious defeat, let's call it that.
Won a glorious defeat.
Yeah,
You sure
no,
know
I
how to
understand
look
why
on the
they're
bright
done,
side.
but I really wish that it wouldn't be done for obvious reason. Oh, God. Anyways. I'm so used to speaking for men
moving
that I'm not
on.
used to
I was hard
just
at work
having
even
them
while you were
speak
at
for
the
themselves.
debate. I borrowed a mountain of books from Cass to see if I could find a way to solve your problem. Let's see. I still have
What do you got?
only 32 books to go.
Oh my God. It's okay, Mem. We've found a way.
Really? Oh, that's fantastic news. I knew it. Hard work always pays off. Especially if you're as diligent as Mem. I feel like a huge burden has finally been lifted off my shoulders.
It seems like at this point, ever since the trial, she is full speech all the
so
time,
heavy.
but it absolutely was
so
throwing me
good.
off when just occasional words would be said. Anyways, there's nothing more we can do for now. Let's get some rest.
You're right. Then I'll go back to...
Aw, Mem's overworked. Aw, they literally did the me. As was their custom, Mem, with astonishing dexterity, slipped back into their secret little hideaway. Good night, Mem. Good night, Akuma. It is nighttime now, right? Later somewhere in Akuma? Alright, already jumping to a different POV, potentially. Ah,
Cass?
visiting here.
What a surprise.
Lady Treeby,
Is something troubling you?
I just wanted to speak to Lady Trian for a bit before I
Yeah.
set off.
Okay.
No matter how breathtakingly beautiful Styxia once was, the place is now the domain of the departed. There is no telling what we'll encounter there.
Probably gonna be a bit
I
crazy based on the little bit we
Don't
know.
want to have any regrets.
Oh, I just remembered, we're about to meet Cypher in all
Has
likelihood.
anyone told you that your eyes are sparkling today?
Oh.
Is that a figure of speech?
Is it just because she's excited to be able to actually save someone?
Past, when you did smile once in a while, all of us could see that your heart remained troubled,
okay.
even as you smiled.
But now she might
Lady
actually be able to
Tree,
save
You
someone.
know perfectly well that see you tomorrow is nothing but a white lie. I hope your toughness is not a mask hiding a lonely heart.
Cass, you hardly ever talked of your past. None of us knows what you went through, apart from Maggie. But we know it must have been filled with pain and hardships.
Yeah,
as
you
it
could
is
say
the
that.
fate every Chrysosaur is destined to live out. We are just happy for you that the core flame you're meant to inherit has finally surfaced.
Yeah.
Isn't it a little too soon to say that?
But you already know where tomorrow is, don't you?
Huh.
There's no need to rely on anyone else. Just give it your all and leave no regrets. We have always believed that
Yeah.
your embrace is just as warm as everyone else's.
Huh.
Because we embrace others to
Warmth.
comfort them. And Cass, you're the kindest Chrysosaur we know.
Thank you, Lady Treby.
Very
feeling.
poignant wording.
It's hard to put into words. I suddenly found myself with so many wishes. So much I want to accomplish
As you
before
say,
setting off.
Pokelove, very
And
much
you'll do it, Cass.
looking to the future for
Trian
once.
was
Actually
actually working on a
having
surprise
wishes.
gift for you. It's a pity she didn't get to finish it. But now Trinan and I are working on it,
Okay.
and we'll make sure to give it to you.
Well,
So,
I'm curious to see what that
let's
is.
meet back here when you return from Styxia. Safe travels. See you tomorrow.
God, still can say see you tomorrow. That shows some strength. You can't sleep. Who could it be? Who we got at her... Ah, it's Castorus. Okay. How you doing,
I hope
Castorus?
I didn't wake you.
Nope, we couldn't sleep. Sleep is a luxury when you're at my age.
I'm glad to see you're as full of life as ever.
Interesting way to
I'm
put
here
it, given our
because
current
of
circumstance.
Private matters, actually.
Ah, private matters, okay.
If it isn't too much to ask, I'd really like it if you could come along with me to retrieve something.
Okay. Sure, let's go.
Aren't you going to ask me what it is?
Nah, blind face.
It isn't a long way from here. Shall we?
Alright. Oh, actually following her. The double Castorus.
Have you heard? Seems like
Very funny being the character at the same time.
Faith can dispel the black tide.
Alright, what do we got here?
The streets are packed.
I want to vote. Tell me how I can vote.
Okay, what?
Take your ceramic shard engraved with the Kefali rune, select the Council of Elders in your heart, and pray silently until the shard registers your choice. Then toss it into the Dolium.
Okay.
The Council of Elders? More like the Council of Buffoons? The Black Tide took my hometown long ago. Who are they kidding with bringing back Erechrysia?
Okay, so
It's
not
all shit to
everyone
create
believes
their
them.
own Erechrysia in Akama.
The Titans are just. So long as we do not overstep our bounds again, we will not incur divine wrath.
Oh, please. The time when these deranged Titans should have vacated their spot to the demigods is long overdue.
It's interesting
You'll
to
see
see
soon
this, to
enough,
see
you
what
old bogey.
actually ground level people think of this.
And I pray that Talanton smacks some sense into you with their scales. We shall see how this turns out.
That was Quite a spectacle.
Yeah. Just another peaceful day in Akama.
I suppose peaceful is technically correct if no actual violence happened. To this day,
Yeah, you're right. They actually
I
do
still
look a bit
find
like
it
Dr.
almost
Ratio if
unreal
he was an
that Akama
NPC.
is the only place illuminated by light amidst the crumbling ruins of Amphorius.
Yeah.
And its people are even holding votes to reconcile differing opinions. This peaceful sight is making me forget that this is the end times.
It's what the Flame Chase journey is all about.
Before coming here, I had lived for many years in Idonia,
Yep.
a city of rime and frost. The people there were devotees of Thanatos, and were well known for their unique burial rites and traditions. Traditions that I played a major role in.
As we have seen, because of the curse on you.
Yes. You now know me as the Mortician of Akama.
But once was the
Back in
executioner of
those
Idonia.
days,
Or Maiden of War is
I was
another way of putting it, I
Idonia's
guess.
Maiden of War. I was trudging across the frosty plains on my own when the Idonians found me. They saw the curse in me as a blessing from Thanatos,
Interesting.
and believed that my hands could correct the Aracrisia's mistake and lead them to meet the great god of
Very
death.
interesting.
They provided me shelter, but in return, I was expected to grant merciful deaths to war captives, prisoners bound for execution, and heroes alike.
Yep. Isn't that just an executioner?
Yes. No matter how kind or cruel the means, nothing can change the essence of death.
Fair.
Taking away someone's life is never worthy of religious worship.
He outright rejects the way of the people who raised her. Oh.
I can't do it!
Oh, wow. A flashback.
Their voices
Is this going to lead into the animated
pierce my
short?
ears. The pleading. The thanks.
Aw.
I know that feeling, child. I was once as lost as you are now.
Really?
But you must respect those walking towards death. Just like how you should
presumably,
respect
but who
yourself
knows?
as the holy maiden granting humans
I wouldn't be surprised
glory
if
and
the
liberation.
guy in the animated short at the beginning that was
What you're
begging for his
asking me
life
to
was
do
a
is
war
no
captive
better
in
than the
that case,
task
though.
of an executioner. And yet you want me to respect myself. No matter the titles, I am still taking away human lives.
Yep.
This won't be the first time that Edonia's fanatical nether warriors have faced death. On the contrary,
Nether warriors.
recruits new
Huh.
to the battlefield often run away from their first fight.
Yeah. Not
Death
surprising.
is the mightiest and gravest power in this world. The fact that you can wield it means you are deserving of respect.
Okay.
That's such a twisted reason.
Then let me tell you a story. In Idonia, the great swords commonly used by executioners
I only just noticed
are
the
called
whispering in the background.
Draconian, in memory of Drakon, an elderly executioner.
Huh.
The sword has 3 air holes along its body. If the sword is swung down swiftly and accurately, the holes would make no sound, and the executed would also depart this world quickly and painlessly.
Ignore the moral dilemma of execution
But
in the
should the
first place, but
executioner have any
that's a cool
hesitation,
thing.
the holes would produce a piercing whistle. On that cue, the screams of the executed are sure to follow.
a design
Every
feature
executioner after
to
Dracon
ensure
is to hone their sword skills every day
proper
in
execution.
preparation of future executions. Every swing of their blade must be more resolute than the last, for failing to do so will bring pain. Pain for the dying, as well as pain for themselves.
Because forcing suffering upon someone you're trying to kill.
No. I can never get used to this.
It isn't the same.
You misunderstand.
One has to be resolute to make sure that
I am
in killing
not
they
telling
do it
you
immediately.
to get used to it.
But
I'm asking
that
you
isn't
to consider
related
the
to the
source
choice of
the
killing
dead's
truly.
suffering, and use that knowledge to fortify your future touches with more and more determination.
Given that Castris just needs
Go,
to touch them at all
walk
to kill.
with the dead and love them as you love life. Then you'll no longer hear those noises.
We'll see about that. She's still weighed down by all this.
Please, don't kill me. I don't want to die.
Alright, seeing a bit of this. Nope, we resist.
This is your duty. Remember, consider the source of the dead's suffering, then give them the respect they deserve.
Thank you. I beg you, don't listen to her.
Resist.
If you cannot learn to accept death, then Idonia has no place for you.
Fine.
This is your last chance. Do it.
No, please. I don't want to die. Please, I'm begging you.
And then we don't have a choice. Of course.
No.
You gently touch the prisoner's forehead with your finger. His face is pale, his eyes flicker with fear, and his body trembles uncontrollably. Is it because of fear, anger, and hatred, or is it your so-called merciful touch of death simply a lie? The dark purple mottles spread like petals across the death row inmate's face, then seemed to be submerged by spring water, flooding his body. His trembling ceased, and the cries that had once begged for mercy slowly turned into a sigh-like whimper, as he murmurs to himself. Quickly, everything falls into a dead silence, turning into pitch-black dew that scatters with the wind. You hear your own heartbeat drown out the sound of heavy breathing.
May you gain some insights through his sacrifice.
Yeah, I'm trying to make out what the whispers are saying, but it's hard.
Is this all?
No. Come with me. This is just the beginning of your life as the Maiden of War.
You executioner!
Oh, fuck. Ah, yes, the ghost. Oh, and we permanently have this, like, death aura around us. Interesting. Huh.
Holy maiden!
Uh-huh.
Go. Grant her
Why are we killing
glorious
this one?
death.
They're a courageous warrior. Bestowed with honor. And that's death. More ghosts.
Do it then, executioner.
Yeah, well, a sadistic murderer, you said.
heard
Okay.
him.
Imposed with punishment.
I curse you to live in eternal pain.
Oh, hey, there's a child. Great to see that there's a child mixed in here.
Please. Grant me release.
Someone with an illness.
You know what to do.
Gifted with slumber. Showing us all the versions of what a quote-unquote merciful death looks like.
come. Fulfill your duty.
What? What are you trying to do with me?
That's a question that is good to ask.
I have aged. The time
final step
has
is
come
killing the
for me
person who tells you to
heed
kill.
the summons of
And then continuing
Thanatos
from there.
and journey
Huh.
to their domain. The final resting place of every Idonian.
You're not that old yet. You still have many, many years ahead of you.
No. I'm already dead.
Oh?
For I have come to fear my declining health and
Interesting
impending
perspective.
death.
It is time for me to die because I have begun to fear death.
Castoris,
Wild.
will you give me one last chance to charge towards fear and prove that I am
Really
no
interesting.
coward?
I suppose that makes an amount of sense
Can't take this anymore.
for a place that reveres death.
It was I who brought you here. From the frosty plains and your farcical fate.
Farcical fate.
It was also I, chief executioner of Idonia.
Oh, she was the
The
executioner.
heavy duty of executing others onto you.
Huh.
I've always known that you have doubts and even anger about my faith and about me.
Yeah.
I
Huh.
never had a choice.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Well, at least they're admitting it.
essentially abducted you.
At least they're honest.
Yet you can end any sinful life with just a touch of your fingers. Shouldn't it be
Also, the thing that
easy
convinced
for you
her to
escape
go through with
from
it, even
here?
though her doubts were there for the first one, was you will not have a place
never
here.
do that. It doesn't matter how lightly the Idonians take death, or how readily they accept
Even
it.
if it's somewhere she does not
I
like
simply can't
and not
do it.
and doesn't have people she agrees with, she had nowhere else to belong.
I knew I was right about you.
What do you mean?
Or at least she didn't see anywhere where she could
I've
belong.
taught you and cared for you as my own daughter all this time because of this blessing that's been with you since your birth. I know no one else in the world would understand the weight of life and death more than you do.
I think
In
she
the
understands
eyes
the weight
of
of
an
death a bit
Idonian,
more than life. But
Death is the end of all life. A destination we will all eventually reach. Humans should not resist it, but learn how to face it.
okay.
You can only live your life to the fullest after understanding
I mean, there is
this
some merit to that,
principle.
but the way that they've gone about
And when you do,
treating Castoris is not
even
great.
if you eventually leave Idonia's protection, even if you must carry the curse forever, you can live with your head held high, like everyone else.
No. How can I?
Come now. It's time. I've already taught you all that I know. Show me that you are a fitting holy maiden. Or at least that you possess the resolve to become one.
Very
Come
interesting.
now. It's time. I've already taught you.
Interesting.
all
So we
I
do a
know.
fight now, I guess?
Show me that you are a fitting holy maiden. Or at least
Okay, actually just repeating
that
those
you
lines.
possess the resolve to become one.
Alright.
Emerge from your cocoon.
Time for a little fight. Alright, let's do this. Let's see how quickly this takes care of them. Well, that's the first wave, I guess.
Eternal sleep is the dead return.
Real quick getting this in here, I guess. I haven't run into a scenario where I actually kill a wave before Netherwing is dead, so I haven't had a case where Locha actually heals them between waves. That is very sort of funny,
Life
actually.
is not so fragile. Root here.
You chose the wrong enemy.
Watch closely. Delivering one.
No, I should have waited for them to do their action forward. Oh well.
Please cherish this time.
Not
as
that
you
I
wish.
think this battle is particularly dangerous or anything. And there we have it. I didn't quick enough on the button press. Oh well.
Embrace a new life.
And this should finish it. Yep, there we go. Didn't even need all of it. Ooh, nice art.
This was the last time I followed her command.
Last time because you
gently
killed her in
touched
this
the
and therefore
elderly
she couldn't
woman
give more
before me.
commands? Or last
The
time in the sense that you
executioner,
abandoned
who had
what she
seen
wanted you to
too
do?
much death, died the same way as everyone else.
Yeah. Death comes all the
A
same.
gasp for air, a wistful look in her eyes, and a barely perceptible tremor in her fingertips.
Huh.
Elder Amunet, the person who tried to teach me about death, ultimately vanished like dew in the morning mist. She spent her life embodying the beliefs of the Idonians, and when death finally came, she embraced it exactly as their doctrine had taught.
A model Idonian.
I have nothing but respect for her.
Wow, she actually respects her.
I erected a cenotaph in her honor in the marshes outside Idonia's city walls with the others I had laid to rest.
Okay.
Then, I set out once more in search of Thanatos.
So that's when she left.
It was
Idonia.
a long, long journey. I heard so many discussions about death
Yeah,
along the
that's...
way. Life finds meaning in death. The world improves because there is an end. It seems the most terrible darkness in this world. Everyone talks about its heavy weight. Some resist it, some worship it, and some even revere it.
Yeah.
How did a disappeared titan become the deepest fear of humankind? And why do they haunt my dreams?
Now that
I continued
is an
my
important
travels to
question.
seek an answer. Initially, I was running away. Then, I started searching for it. And now, at the end, I just want to know if my touch, if my
Yep.
embrace, can do more than taking things away.
If she can give life, not just
Can
death.
I make anything? Can I leave anything behind?
Yeah.
I don't want to die.
Oh,
Please, I fucking
and now we
just
have
let
the
me go.
animated short.
I don't
Okay.
want to die, please. I don't want mercy like this. Just let me go. I need him.
Obviously, I've already seen this, but God, it's so good. It's so fucked up.
I hate these icy hands.
Movie time. So is this pretty much like the first time then that she entered Idonia? If they found her just in the wilderness. wonder if that's supposed to be the same elder that was just shown. I'm already forgetting the name of.
The Reaper has blessed your hands. Only you can grant them peace.
I only imagine how hard this would hit in the middle of the story like this if we hadn't seen this. I mean, I love that we were able to see it for just the amount of context it gave to the character, but I'm very excited for, as they mentioned, future versions where they don't tell us we're gonna get one of these.
Walk alongside it.
I find it very interesting that this other girl, we never get the name of or anything so far. That might change in a moment here, but at the very least, outside of this teaser and the beginning of, well, not teaser, animated short and the Golden Epic TV, there is nothing showing her, like, mark on the world as far as we know. Not even her name. Obviously she has, like, gravestone or whatever, but... Well, they mentioned in the live stream, when they announced this one, I'm pretty sure that they were going to, in the future sometimes for more, like, actually spoilery ones, not announce them ahead of time and just have them released with the version or whatever. So, I'm excited for that. I'm looking forward to see what that entails. Because if we can just have some full animated scenes that are part of the main story, that would be wild.
Is that you, Castorus?
Oh yeah, this thing, this hits amazingly hard, even on a like, not first watch through.
Heeding death's summon, crossing into their domain.
I've functionally at this point seen this like probably a dozen times, just between the initial times, the editing process, and just watching it again a few times since.
I don't fear
it still
it.
hits so hard.
Just, I have some regrets.
Yeah.
Watching people leave this world again and again, it must be lonely for you. You must want to desperately embrace them before they go.
She can't allow herself to do that, though.
Can't. These hands, they're too cold.
But Big Sister Castorus, your hands are so warm.
Yeah?
Just like anyone else's. So go on. Don't hold back.
Give me a warm hug.
God. The voice fading into the child voice is so powerful. Such a great touch. And time for the will I start tearing up part. The music at this point is so fucking good. it still hit so hard. I don't think the voice is supposed to be Tribby in the future, but God, that would be fucked up if that's the way that she goes. I'm really still very intrigued by this element of wildlife in this animated short, because I still can't 100% land on something I feel confident
On the day
about
that
with it.
Ornyx's trial ended, you must have had many questions. I felt just as confused. Why, as someone from beyond the sky, were you so cruelly dragged into Amphorius's fate? I wished I could take action, but no matter how hard I try, I cannot simply interact with the living as ordinary people do.
Yeah.
Even when we brushed against each other unintentionally in the grove. And it was obvious that nothing had happened. When an almost unattainable hope finally welled up in my heart.
God.
When I thought that perhaps my touch would no longer bring sorrow. Of
course that when she realized we were already dead, that
fate
fucked
declared
with her.
to me, it wasn't that the curse of death had finally been lifted, but that your soul no longer belonged to this world. And there was nothing left for my hands to take. Nothing.
Which does imply
And did I
that
really
her
think this time
touch
would
of
be any
death
different?
works upon the soul, not the
It's
body.
not that I don't understand this reality, just that I'm unwilling to accept it. Having walked such a long road, I am still unable to find the answer to life and death.
Yeah, well, I definitely
I am
thought
resigned
back to that line
to
as
eternal
well.
despair. Anything I wish
yeah,
to hold on to, death will inevitably wrest from my grasp. From that moment on, I lacked the courage to confirm it again. Until
That is very fair.
Ornyx laid bare the cruel truth before us.
Yeah.
But now, perhaps I might have one last chance. Long ago, Trinan read a prophecy to me. At the end of the Sea of Flowers, the souls of the living shall warm thy fingertips, and after an embrace, there shall be eternal separation. I found no surprise in it, for her words sounded not like a foretelling,
Yep.
but a perfect reflection
Any
of my
embrace
past.
brings death.
Embraces in this world are born of reunions. Yet, my touch speaks only of farewells. In that moment, I had no doubt that this destiny would weave itself through the entirety of my life. And yet, things have taken a
Yeah,
turn
it's really
for the better.
fucked up that this is
Now
how
that
it's
I
turned
can
out for
finally
Gasterus.
have an audience with Thanatos.
We gave her just that
Perhaps
massive
I
spark
can
of hope.
rewrite the meaning
just for
of
it to
that
not be the
fated
case.
prophecy. I have no reason not to give it my all.
Hell yeah.
For your sake. And for my own.
That's the way to look at it. Thank you for telling me your thoughts.
With that,
Thank you for telling me my thoughts.
I won't have any regrets.
I didn't know what they were. Gasterus talks to you about the gifts she gave to the other Chrysos heirs, and before you know it, she arrives at your gift. Huh.
Let's put that aside for the moment. We've arrived.
Okay.
I want to retrieve a small gift I specially prepared for you.
Alright.
I made it myself, like the trinket I gave Lady Trian. I want to leave something for everyone, if possible.
It's
The journey
definitely
to
not
seek an
Death Flags.
audience
What are
with
you
the
talking
Death
about?
Titan cannot be an easy one. I want to make full use of every moment I have before we depart, so that I don't have any regrets.
Yeah. Sounds kind of ominous.
Then perhaps you can have a look at it first. You don't have to take it
No,
if
we'll
you don't
take
like
it.
it. Look, it's right there.
Is it gone?
Huh?
Did Cypher snag it?
Where did it go?
Is Cypher here and
What's going on?
being the demigod of trickery has pulled a little trick? You get into trouble with some phantom thieves?
I am not some corrupt grown-up. What's this?
Yep. Yeah, I was right.
The coin of Zagreus and a slate. So it's her.
Oh, holy moly, a kitty thief?
No doubt about it. This is her favorite symbol. It's Lady Cypher, the demigod of Zagreus whom Lady Aglaia had spoken of. She's a master thief who's left legendary tales all over Amphorius.
Yeah, she's gonna fuck with us so hard.
So many years have passed, yet she's still announcing herself in such a crass manner.
I can tell they get along.
Let's just do as the slate says and look for Lady Cypher.
Alrighty. Ah. Dear Princess Homebody. Walking through the busy garden, I discovered the remarkable gifts crafted by Princess Homebody. They are truly splendid, and I am most impressed. I'm also taken with your charming presents prepared for her fellow Crisis heirs. In your right parlor, I observed the beautiful felt dolls, the beige and lavender striped tapestry, the classic Idonian tripod table, and in the left parlor, the jewelry and exquisite art pieces meant as gifts. This time, I've claimed only this modest gift. I fear it would attract tasteless little thieves, so I shall safeguard it for now. Naturally, I've left appropriate payment, a single coin. If the price displeases you, feel free to negotiate its return. Though, should that happen, I won't be satisfied with merely one coin. Should you wish to find me, visit the Memorial Market. There lies a golden short spear I've left. You know what to do. It shall guide you to me. And before you ask, I won't accept any questions. Please forgive this small intrusion and accept my highest regards. P.S. Who displays biological specimens at home? They're quite unsettling. You might want to store them away when entertaining guests. P.P.S. Despite your considerable investment in the Idonian ossuary, hanging in your parlor, I regret to inform you it's a fake. The original was craftily switched by those cunning scholars of the Grove of Epiphany. The full story can be found in the yet unpublished Memoirs of Sephira. Sincerely, Kitty Phantom Thief. God. Retrieve the gift and teach Kitty Phantom Thief a lesson. You head to the market and find the short spear she left behind. Yeah, certainly a nickname.
Look, it's right there.
Alrighty. Let's follow a spear.
We must pursue her.
Alright.
Huh?
What the? Okay.
This is a trick she left for us.
Clearly, Kitty Phantom Thief wants to play a little game with you. 2 short spears, 1 correct, 1 wrong. Let me check the hint on the scroll. 2 golden short spears. Only the golden short spear engraved with the truth can lead you to Kitty Phantom Thief. Inspect the left spear. The left spear is engraved with words. Don't be fooled, the right spear is engraved with lies. The right spear is engraved with the words, trust me, gray mystery. Both spears are engraved with the truth. So, okay. Very trickster god of this. So, okay. The left spear says the right spear tells nothing but lies. And the right spear says that both spears are engraved with the truth. So if we're to assume direct opposite of that, it would mean that neither are telling the truth. But if we're to assume that because that's not the truth, it could just be anything that isn't that, then the left one is to be believed. Let me just double check. Right spear is engraved with lies. Both spears are engraved with truth. Okay. The words on the scroll should be true, so which short spear do you want to repair? Guess I'll do the left one.
She's incorrigible. Follow me.
Alright.
This is how it should be.
Yeah, I guess more
must pursue
Hermes.
her.
Cypher, if this Droma's truly is her, appears to be quite content, her gaze filled with 3 parts sincerity, 3 parts approval, 3 parts triumph, and 3 parts, haha, gray mystery, you've lost it if you take this seriously. So Atromus is a cat? God. She seems to be saying, right, oh no, yeah, yes. After a moment of inner conflict, she reached a definitive conclusion, that Dromas is indeed a cat.
Lady Cypher, please come on out.
You're still careless as ever. Shouldn't you keep such a precious gift near your bosom?
God, okay.
Since you know it's a gift for someone else, please give it back to me. Stop hiding among the people and letting the wind carry your voice.
I think that was the first time I heard her voice. I don't think there's anything official out that would have her voice in it.
Since I know it's a gift, that just means I need to milk its worth.
God.
The children of the wind never stay for long in one place. Unless your offer is tempting enough to steal the wind. What say you?
Okay.
Name your price. I'll give you however much you want.
Great haggling. If you don't want the money, I'd gladly take it off your... What? I'd gladly it off your hands. Typo? Or am I just not reading?
I'm sorry. Bargaining is really not my forte.
No wonder they call you Princess Homebody. Why don't you two come over to my place?
I didn't really have any expectations for her voice,
discussions.
but
You can find where I live through the winds I've sown.
I think it works. Very trickster god-esque.
Piece of cake. I can do that even if I can only sense your soul.
All right, I'll see you there. By the way, everyone cool with me collecting a deposit before we reach an agreement, right? Now, come this way.
All right. The dew of divine blood in the back. Okay. Where did my dew of divine blood go?
She's incorrigible.
Yeah.
Follow me.
Dear Princess Homebody and Grey Mystery, you probably guessed already, I had no intention of showing up in the Pack Beast workshop. This means, of course, I had no plans to return the gift there either. This was just a warm-up for our little game of cat and mouse. But surely you've realized that the kitty phantom thief never cared about stealing a mere trinket, right? No, what I'm really after is your hearts. Just kidding, I have no interest in your hearts. If Princess Homebody can track my path, then by all means try. I'll be waiting at the end. And rest assured, we'll meet face to face this time. P.S. Great Mystery, where did you get that dew of divine blood? Don't tell me it's a gift from the seamstress. I'll taste it for you. Sincerely, Kitty Phantom Thief. Odd. Hey, we're getting more coins. Alright. Would this be the best way to get here? I think so. Up we go. Oh, that was some popping. I think this is the best way to get up there quickly. Oh, that, yeah, I didn't watch the Keeping Up with Star Rail yet, so I guess that would have been the first place to hear her voice, huh?
Over here! Over here! No, not that way! This way!
God.
Come on. If I really wanted to hide, you'd never find me. So relax, you two. No need to get your hackles up. I'm not that scary, am I? Meow.
God. At last a character that meows has appeared.
No way. Some people might have been into that a millennium ago, but it's long since gone out of style. Loosen up, buddy. Shall we get down to business?
I honestly love her vibe already.
Give me the jewelry piece first, or everything's off the table.
The gift is a piece of
The
jewelry?
materials are nothing to wow at, but the workmanship is superb, as always. You're still skilled as ever, even after all this time. And you've put a lot of heart into this one.
God, that laugh.
Mind your own business.
Oh, come now. Don't be so upset. Relax. Relax. Look, isn't the view here just great? You can see what everyone is doing and where they're going, and they won't even know you're here.
Great for a thief, I
Now that
suppose.
we've broken the ice, let's get to the point. Everything I've said so far has been a joke. I'm inviting you two here for 3 things.
Oh, wow. Impressive, then.
1.
She's doing a good job
The
so far, I'd
seamstress
say.
found me and wants me to take you to Styxia to look for the Death Titan.
Yep.
2. The Council of Elders also found me
Oh.
and wants me to make
Further
sure the core flame of
conniving
Thanatos
and
ends up in
scheming
their
from the council.
hands.
Look at you having your fingers in both
And
pies.
last but not least, I'm telling you that I'm not interested in doing either of those things.
Of course.
Don't go look for the Death Titan.
Wow, she just doesn't
Yeah.
want to do it in the first place. Yeah. From all the little...
Whoa.
Ooh, nice art.
This is some high quality stuff.
From just the little bit I've
This
seen of her
room
so
is full
far,
of it.
I...
How much are these worth?
I've been just bracing
Did
for
you
her
get
to
all
become a
this for that
favorite.
Aranova gimmick?
Because, God,
Some of it
if I
is
want
family
a lot of the
fortune,
characters
while
I
the
want,
rest
I
came
need to
from my
skip her.
business
But
as a
if I don't,
trustmaster. Don't liken the flame chase work to your shady dealings.
it's so hard, like with all the characters.
I should have busted down your door instead of going around like a thief. Well, spill. Why are you giving me so much money?
Payment for doing work. You're worth this much.
Did you forget my stance to all this? I thought I made myself very clear.
You wish to run away. Run away from your responsibilities, from the prophecy, and from your destiny. You shall walk with greed and die over petty change.
Fuck, okay.
I understand this prophecy weighs on you immensely. That is why I have never approached the demigod of trickery for running away.
Yeah, huh. Seems like her fate does in fact weigh on her
But
more so than
I need you
her
right
potential
now.
feeling of duty.
So don't turn me down.
You know, maybe
I gotta
the
say, I
gods
really
got your
appreciate
tongue
the
with their
amount
golden
of,
threads, Aglaya.
like, still
I'm
art
not
we've
hearing
been getting.
any sincerity in your words.
It is a nice change up from the
Give me a
sort of
reason why
conventional,
you're
just
bowing
two
your
characters
noble head to
standing
me.
and talking.
We lost Trian.
Oh,
Okay,
The
that does
divine
actually
power
sort
of
of...
passages is running out.
break her
I
stride a
need
little
another
bit.
demigod to escort Castoris and help her fulfill her lifelong wish.
Oh, I get it now. You're sending Castoris to her death. And you want me to die with her.
Rather pessimistic.
This is Castoris's own request. I have never seen her so determined.
Yeah,
She
has motivation.
brought this up herself? You're not pulling my leg.
She's also made up her mind to leave her confused past behind. As will you, Cypher, when you finally make up your mind.
Don't be so sure. Time is hard in the likes of you and I. But Castoris remains pure as driven snow. She can always turn back before the end, you know? Maybe she'll remember
Oh,
Trian's
absolutely.
sacrifice.
If the reason
Maybe
she's
she'll
not
remember the countless
involving herself
martyred
in the prophecy is
Chrysos heirs.
because her fate is to die,
Maybe she'll remember you.
then inevitably that fear
With
of
your
death
one
could
foot
probably
in the grave.
extend out to other people she
I
cares
ain't as
about to any
optimistic
degree.
as you about what she'll want to do. Tell you what. Why don't I take this room of treasures as a security deposit? And we make a bet.
Ah, a gamble?
Go on.
I bet she'll change her mind and turn back.
Ah,
Now, if I lose, I'll do what you want me to do.
okay.
Return this deposit to you.
A gamble.
Plus, giving you another room full of treasures.
A gamble
How does
of
that sound?
whether or not
You sound like you have all
Castoris
the confidence
truly is
in the
determined.
world. In that case, let's make a pact with those conditions. I hope you're prepared to lose it all.
Okay.
In conclusion, I want to win. So I hope you two can give up on going to Styxia.
Sorry,
I'll
but
give
we need
all
our
the
soul
treasures in
back.
that room to you. And you can split it between yourselves. However
She
you
clearly did not know the context
What
of
do you
what we were
think?
doing.
Tempting, right?
I'm almost dead. What do I have for money? Yeah.
I decline. If we don't find the Death Titan, her soul will...
Oh?
I can't go into the details, but we have to go to Styxia.
I really don't get how. Princess, homebuddy, you keep talking about needing to find Thanatos, about getting rid of your curse, and you don't care about anything else.
Actually, she does care about one other thing right now.
But did you ever live for your own pleasure? Even for just one day?
What are you trying to say?
I'm saying, contrary to your beliefs, Aglaia didn't take you in just so you can die for her Aranova.
Yeah, no, it makes a lot of sense. It works very well for
The
her no
flame
matter
chase
what.
journey walks hand in hand with sacrifices. Isn't that why you're always running away from Lady Aglaia?
Calling out her own resolve.
Fine. Never mind. We
Or
all
lack
have our
thereof.
own problems. I ain't gonna say anything anymore. It's not like I was gonna honor that bet anyway.
Of course.
But listen to
Why
me.
would a demigod of
Styxia
trickery
is no
bother,
tourist
like,
destination.
keeping their word?
Sure. The treasures buried in there are 10, no, 50 times richer than Aglaia's vault. Yet, I've never been there. And I never plan to. Because even a demigod can't be sure they can walk out of that place alive.
Wow, it's really that bad.
And now I'm supposed to escort you to Styxia. Sure. Pay up.
Is ripping people off the authority of Zagreus's demigod?
You know, you're not wrong. At least it's part of my responsibilities.
Ooh, that's a fun pose.
I don't like this. However, I have lived a longer life than most people.
Yeah.
Though I'm not as good at doing business as Lady Aglaia, I still have some savings.
Aww.
I
Wow.
can give them all to you.
Then how are you going to live the rest of your life?
Who needs savings? You can live with
Then
debt.
I'll give you 90. No, 80%.
Okay, so Cypher isn't
Well,
truly cruel.
Don't mind if I do. 80% of Castrus's savings and
She
a bottle
doesn't
of
just
dew of
leave
divine
people
blood.
incapable of living,
Not a
but
bad
she will
trade.
just drain you of your money. Don't forget to give Castrus's jewelry back.
Okay, okay. I didn't know you hold grudges. Gray mystery. Here! Catch.
Be careful with that.
Ooh. That looks
A
really
minor
nice.
change in plans, though. Don't go to the bath tomorrow.
Okay.
Come look for me at Akama's city gates instead.
So, why are you changing the meeting place?
Oh, nothing really. Just a bit scared of the seamstress's frosty face.
Uh-huh.
I wouldn't stay a second longer in Akama if it were up to me. Well, now that we've struck a deal, why don't I give you guys a lift back? It's gonna be a long ride. So have a good ride.
Oh, what's happening? Okay, next day, Akama. Where am I? Is this my room? How did I get back here? This is a coin? It was Cypher? And she even tucked me in? Oh my god, never mind. It's getting late. I'd better get going. Gray mystery. These formal addresses at the start of letters are such a hassle. And you've already read 3 useless Phantom Thief letters. I've left Princess Homebuddy's gift here. Take good care of it. Remember, skip the baths and come straight to Akama's city gate to find me. You know I have no patience. Come late and I'll leave without you. Clear? P.S. Yes, I'm the one who tucked you in. You're welcome. God. Oh, she's so good. That's so great. Oh, she returned the Dew of Divine Blood. She's not that cruel, it would seem. Can we just teleport to there? Or at least close enough? I would expect nothing less from the Demigod of Trickery, honestly. There she is. Citizens, we have seen it too. It was this Outlander. That my beloved boss man would exhibit such major mood swings, refusing to receive guests for days on end. It is the trickery of this Outlander. Slander, I only petted it lightly. Who knew your dromas would be so timid? Lightly? My dromases are sacred beasts blessed by Georios. They are nigh priceless. Like Bossman here, it loses its appetite when it's frightened. Without food, it won't have strength to carry people, and if it doesn't work, I'll lose that much more money in a day. And look at these beautiful scales. They are a little shabby, but... What? Where did this scratch appear? You must have done this with your grubby fingers. Eh? That was already there to begin with. Not making excuses. No one else touched it besides you that day. You will pay for my losses. Outlander? That's right. For these scoundrels from outside the Holy City who covet our wealth, their punishment must be swift and just. In recent times, Bossman, has been unusually lazy. I noticed something amiss and personally stood guard by its cage. But guess who I caught red-handed? This Outlander. He would come here on time every day, get close to Bossman, and pinch it violently. My heart bleeds for its abuse. Yeah, I have a feeling that this is probably Cypher's doing. I was massaging it. I noticed something off with its behavior, surmising that if it was overlooked and wanted to ease its pain. Well, that it was overlooked. An owner like you, working your beasts of burden to the bone without a day off, even mountain dwellers would be hard-pressed to keep up. How we rear our livestock in Akamo will not be dictated by an ignorant outlander such as you. Are you disrespecting our customs? That's right. I don't know much about Dramasses, but this outlander is overstepping his boundaries. Yeah, that one might even be another remnant of Zagreus' worshippers. Look at them sneaking around. Hear that? According to our laws, you now have two choices. Resolve this with compensation, or I'll see you in civilian court. Huh, but I have no money. Don't blame me then. Where are the guards? It's time to earn your keep. That's a little overboard, isn't it? I'm not Ben. Overboard? I'm in the wrong for seeking compensation from a criminal? Lord Lillander, you are mistaken. This lass's words may have been candid, but the reasoning is sound. As the conflict gradually reaches its breaking point, Geezer emerges. And who are you? Just an ordinary geriatric? Lord Lillander, I reckon you must have knowledge of the matter from your confident poise. I have a few questions regarding... Yeah. Huh. Not only the Dramasses, I also know my merchandise like the back of my hand. Ask away. As the guardian of these Dramasses, what is the most commonly known characteristic of Georios? Need you even ask? It's earnest hardship, tenacity, and a thick hide. Then, how should Dramasses, blessed by Georios, be manifested? In the same way, obviously. On this note, everyone may be asking a question. If this Dromass here was blessed by a Titan, how could such a tough creature have a scratch on its scales? I shall hazard a guess at this. When the city was attacked, the Mad King's kin wrought destruction along the streets, causing the damage to many Dromasses. The scars on its scales are a testament to its glory, but as a servant of the earth, mud covered its scar, preventing anyone from noticing. Till that gentleman gave it a massage, causing the mud on its scales to be kneaded off, and thus was the scar revealed. How ludicrous. You think your outrageous rhetoric will acquit him of having to compensate me? If you didn't like that, there are other theories as well, that this Dromass wasn't blessed at all and is just unusually frail, or the scar wasn't even made by that gentleman to begin with. I believe Lord Lillander is most aware of the truth. You are free to choose your explanation, no matter which one it may be. Fine. I will not pursue this matter today. Just don't let me catch that outlander doing anything funny. This conflict was resolved way too quickly. The crowd is engrossed in gossipy discourse, some lauding the geezer's glibness. Others sorry to see the drama end so soon. Ah, mister, thank you so much. Alright, you run along quickly. Don't give anyone else a reason to speak ill of you, even if you did nothing wrong. The flustered outlander expresses profuse appreciation and disappears into the crowd. Don't be in such a hurry to leave, young friend. I still have something to say. So, who exactly are you? My name is Socturies, the most witless geezer in Akama, and a most devoted seeker of... Okay. Your support for the Outlander left a deep impression on me. Kind souls are rare in most cities. I merely did what I had to do. It looks like you're a habitual altruist. I believe it necessary for us to have a deeper conversation. This former Eternal City has always been generous in opening its doors to outsiders, but as the Black Tide encroaches, the goodwill in people's hearts may slowly give way to misgivings. It is a long story. We should look for a place to speak about this more comfortably. How about Memorial Palace's baths? I'm a privileged patron there. Is this secretly just a side quest I accidentally stumbled into? If you don't mind, I'll go run a bath first. You can take a look around. The citizens are still mulling over what just happened. You might hear something of interest. I had to take a moment to see if it was Socrates, but yeah, it seems like that was a random side quest that I never picked up. Oops! Don't know how I didn't run into that earlier at some point, but hi, time for the main quest, actually.
Bright and
My suspicions were growing
Just
when
the
there
weather
wasn't any
for
voice.
farewells. You're here.
Minor detour. Really? Just 3 of us?
Totally. The trio team is the best set up to reach the finals. No need, I already told her. She's fine with it.
Oh, it very well might be the minigame,
You sure
yeah.
know how to put me in a spot, Casterus. I need to travel with you, but I can't touch you. What a bother.
God, her delivery has been so
Sorry.
solid so far.
Aw, I was just teasing. Don't take it to heart. Did you know that the legends say you have to put an obol into the mouth of the dead or over their eyes if you want them to successfully cross the River of Souls and enter the Nether Realm? That's the fairy fare for entering the Nether Realm. However, I honestly won't ask you to pay this time. I'll pay. And then we'll just have to go through the motions.
All right. You sure are helpful when it doesn't cost you anything.
Hey! I'm just trying to make this journey feel more special, okay? Don't read too much into it. All right, pass me the coin. It's time to get the gods' powers going. A fleet-footed trip to the Nether Realm. Here we come. Oh, one last thing before we go. I gotta give you this piece of advice. Especially to you, Princess Homebody. You can't catch the wind by waiting. You only live once. So make the most of every moment you have.
Okay. Ooh, cutscene
Get
time.
ready. Be steady.
Ooh.
Hi, your turn. Don't be nervous. After all, it'll be gone in the blink of an eye.
Oh my god!
All done.
Oh my god, we have a fucking speedster. Oh my god, she's the Flash. Oh, that...
Are you feeling all right?
I honestly was not expecting that. I am so excited for her to show up more in the story now. I can't wait for next version. We're probably gonna get more, like, cinematics like that. Oh, fuck. I swear she was speeding.
She's the demigod of trickery. When she flips the coin of whimsy into the air, she gains incredible speed that lets her travel anywhere in an instant.
Wow. Oh, they could do so much fun with that.
Just like how she clearly had no intention of lingering here for even a second longer. We can only depend on ourselves for the rest of the way.
Alright.
Don't worry. Mem's here to help.
Yeah. Can you teleport too?
Being cute isn't my only forte. I'm strong too.
Yeah.
This is Styxia, the city of dragons and waves. Anaxa hypothesizes that the missing Thanatos is somewhere in these ruins. This is the land of their birth.
Ooh.
Or perhaps of their
Interesting,
death.
like, vocals for this background music. How would we find them?
Anaxa had used a secret alchemical art to temporarily fuse his soul with Circe's and Kephalene.
Which is absolutely insane.
And when he was on the verge of death, he was pulled by Thanatos and caught a glimpse of the flowing river of souls. This alchemy, considered a sacrilegious act, might actually make the souls of mortals and titans attract each other. Even though Thanatos has been missing for 1,000 years, and even their followers haven't been able to find them, perhaps that special attraction could summon them here.
Oh, so are we going to use that Philosopher's Stone to conjure
Pulling up
the
the texts.
Titan?
I guess that's the only way. The only leads we have now are the name of this city and the fairy tale about the dragon.
Thanatos is even more mysterious than I am.
Indeed. Even one as erudite as Anaxa could only point us to this place, and no further. We will be entering the unknown as soon as we take our first steps. But that won't be the first time in my long journeys. I believe that, rather than standing still, taking action is by far the better option. Perhaps fate might take pity on us today and show some compassion.
Hopefully, I doubt it. Alright, here we are. Let's go.
Go back whence you came. Go back.
Oh. That Polixia?
Ahead lies the realm of the dead.
Huh. Interesting.
What a beautiful butterfly. Is it talking to us?
This is a eulogistic butterfly. They are found in places where many have met their demise.
Okay.
In Idonia, some think of them as manifestations of Thanatos' benevolence. By turning the lingering obsessions of the deceased into these creatures, it is as if the Titan has made life into a specimen. Others think of them as Thanatos' messengers that guide the departed to the nether realm.
Okay.
The second theory sounds more believable. After all, the things they're saying are rather, direct.
Perhaps. But the fact that we're able to hear their whispers proves that we're fast approaching the realm of the dead.
Yeah. Alright, on we go nonetheless.
These shadowy figures. Are they illusions reflected by the River of Souls?
Mommy told us to go ahead first, but she's still not here yet.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. I don't even know how many days have passed since then. Perhaps
Concerning.
Mommy will be back once you finish counting the days on all 10 fingers. 1, 2, 3. It's been much longer than 10 days since we left Mommy.
Something tells me Mommy isn't alive.
Strange. For reflections in the River of Souls, they seem oddly animated.
Yeah.
Do you want to buy any fish?
Huh? He can see us?
Wait. More living people.
These are actually
I'm
like
not selling my fish
cognizant
to
spirits in a
living
way.
people. You lot are too shameless. Buying fish without paying. If I ever see her again, I will.
See who again?
Could it be that you're all dead souls that never achieved rest?
It very well might just be that they're sort of going through the motions.
Realm does not exist.
That coming up again. Huh.
Titan rejects.
Hello. How's it going?
You. Me.
God, this guy's struggling.
So.
And he resets.
To buy any fish?
But there aren't any fish nearby.
Yeah, my guess
Other fish
is that these are spirits that are just sort of going through the motions of their past lives. The story's good so far. I've been enjoying it quite a bit. We went through the part with the animated short playing in it earlier on. Cypher was great. We had her meeting. All that was good. I am very curious to see where things go from here.
Savings, but perhaps there's another way for me to release you from your suffering.
Is she gonna use her power on a ghost? Will that work?
May you fall asleep peacefully.
I guess if her power does work upon the soul more than the body, it would.
Flowers.
This.
Yeah, it seems to work.
I knew it. These people aren't delusions.
They're active,
They're the
actual
souls of the deceased.
Oh, nice.
They're
That's good to hear.
The end of the
Mine went
West
pretty decently. I just pulled for Casper's nothing else, but I won my
souls.
50-50, so...
Yet,
I'm pretty happy with my pulls as well.
Of the stream, unable to move forward. Did Thanatos reject them? Or perhaps they didn't really die at all?
Interesting theory. Are they in the same situation as me?
I have no idea. This circumstance.
I mean, if they were in the same circumstance as me,
unprecedented.
Then she couldn't have let them go like that, like made them pass on.
Didn't he say more living people?
Wow,
So
that is really
he's seen
nice.
Other members of the living.
It almost makes me
us.
tempted to attempt the light cone as well,
Could it
but
be that these souls are stuck
probably
here
not a good idea.
due to someone's deceit?
If something is done out of goodwill, are you really gonna call it deceit?
Goodwill? I can't see anything good out of... Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Lady Cypher.
That's me.
What's she doing here? Are you dead too?
I still belong to the land of the living as of now. Thank you very much.
Could it be that you are the living being that those souls met?
That would make sense.
I couldn't take their behavior anymore. So I stole some things here and made up some lies there.
God.
Just trying to give them something to look forward to, you know?
Yeah, no, if I were to pull more for her, the light cone would absolutely be what I want to do, but there's just too many characters I want in the future coming up that I need to keep saving.
What else am I supposed to do? You can see the mess this place is in. These poor souls are denied by the Nether Realm. So now they're stuck in a few brief moments of their life. Unable to move forward or back.
Yeah, okay.
Did you see those two blacksmiths on the way? They've been here for as long as the sun's been around, wailing over and over about casting a shield. Styxia is so freaky.
Then why have you come back, Lady Cypher?
Hey, I'm not here to aid your adventure. I hate water more than anything else in this world.
Of course.
Especially that stinky river
Of course the
souls.
fucking cat hates water.
But, I just discovered some stuff before I left. And I reckon you should know about it.
Uh-huh.
It's about that boy who defied death.
Oh.
I found traces of him here.
Okay.
Lord Mighty?
Oh, right! That's his name. Well, now you know. As for whether that info is actually useful, that's for you lot to figure out.
Yeah, if some of them are 4 stars, that'd be really nice, but everything that I've heard
Princess
has consistently been 5
So
stars.
long,
I
Grey
don't
Mystery.
think any leaks have said anything about 4 stars for a while.
She disappeared just like that?
Jesus.
Lady
Shows
Cypher
up quick,
has always
leaves
been
fast.
a free spirit. In any case,
Yeah, no, the fact that she
has brought
is a
us some
speedster is
valuable
insane.
information.
I love it. I'm so excited to
If
see
Lord
more
Mighty
of her
is also
like
somewhere
doing
along the
that kind
river
of
shoals
bullshit.
right now, then he will certainly become our signpost. After all,
Yeah.
he's different from those wandering souls. He will find his way, even in
Can't
the realm
say I
of the
expected
dead.
My Day to be around. How are we supposed to get over
Don't
there?
worry. It's time for me to shine. Ornyx's rune of
more
recollection
of that,
is nearby.
yeah.
Use prayers to return the river to before it got flooded.
Yeah, I've intentionally avoided like any story or lore leaks, but I tend to look at character leak stuff sometimes, just so I can get a better sense of things for like poll planning. But I'm very excited for Aquila stuff as well. All right.
Ornyx's miracle has appeared.
I'm very happy with
Amazing!
how they've been doing the cast of Amphorius so far. Okay, that breaks away. Interesting. Oh, I'll pick up that chest. Just with how... I see. I've been fooled. But just with how characters like Cypher or Hyacine are revealed and involved in the story before they're actually
there are wandering
actual
souls
characters
here as well.
To be pulled for, and then in reverse we have like cases where like Maide is seemingly actually still relevant, which I appreciate. Obviously, Aglaia has been consistently relevant, but
by the looks of it, you must be the foreign warriors that the Queen had mentioned, right?
Oh yeah, sure. I could show off my Castris build.
Since the current campaign requires the utmost care,
I pre-farmed, but only really started like a week and a half ago or something like that, so
forgive me.
Not perfect, but I'm pretty happy with it.
Foreign warriors?
A priestess, a warrior, and a divine beast. You look identical to the blessed saviors that the Queen described.
Okay. Oh darn, no healer on this team.
A campaign? Who are you campaigning against?
Nobody knows, as of now. Of the scouts that went ahead, only one has managed to return. He says that the land ahead is a forbidden land that should not be approached, as it is the doorway between the netherworld and the mortal realm. As for the rest of the scouts, they've completely lost their souls and are decaying by the day.
Jesus.
While there is still dissension within the city, the scholars agree that this calamity was so unprecedented that it needed to be given a new designation.
Okay.
An unprecedented calamity. Could it be...
Oh, just death in itself?
It seems that you have indeed heard about this. Well, death is just one of the possibilities. It's too early to come to a definitive conclusion.
Interesting.
A world that has never seen death. Looks like these people lived in the era Chrysia
people who are not
before
used
the Calamity
to the idea
Titans
of death.
descended upon the land. May I ask, where is the scout who managed to come back?
Yeah, other characters
So he
lost help
returned
a
to
lot.
Styxia. He only had enough left in him to last no more than half a day. However, it was his intel that convinced us to rally together. He said that he witnessed the demonic specter of an evil dragon at that treacherous land. The apparition opened its giant maw and devoured everything in sight, and thus brought Styxia that thing called death.
Interesting.
Styxia. An evil dragon that brings death.
It all sounds rather familiar.
Yeah.
Wait, wasn't this part
We
of
had
that
that story
fable?
come up a few times.
Sir, could I ask how the Queen and Princess are doing?
The Queen? By the looks of it, you must be the foreign warriors that the Queen had mentioned, right?
Yeah, sure, whatever. Yeah, he's looped.
Oh, it's the same lines. Looks like he's still trapped in the moments before his
Going
death.
through the motions.
Leave it to me.
Yep.
Sir, the war ended long ago. Styxia no longer exists.
Styxia is no more? This cannot stand! Newcomers, hurry up and go take your positions!
Oh, looks like
Yeah.
it's difficult for this
Pretty
gentleman
hard to
accept
make ghosts
reality.
accept reality, sort of the entire vibe of them.
Sir, I am the Maiden of War, sent here by the Queen herself. If you accept my blessing, then today's battle will be smooth sailing.
Alright, a little trickery.
Maiden of War? I've never heard of this. There's little time to waste. Please don't take too long.
Don't worry. I'm typically unwilling to prolong such a moment.
Certainly a way to put it.
Is it over? Have we won?
Yeah. Good old, bringing ghosts to rest.
Yes. Oh, are you all right?
I'm fine. I just didn't expect that I would still have to embalm others, even in the realm of the dead.
Certainly
Is this
interesting.
a remnant
Oh.
of his soul?
Interesting. What's that? Okay.
Well then, why should I place
Oh,
my
well, that's a
trust
good
in
sign.
you?
Oh,
Holy maiden from afar.
a memory of their first meeting?
Wait, this is...
What made this
I
come
don't
up?
quite understand what you're trying to say.
Since the prophecy has already pronounced your name as Chrysos, heir of death, Akima ought to treat you as an esteemed guest.
Yeah.
However, you seem to have no intentions of concealing your involvement with the Council of Elders,
Oh.
while most likely being aware of my issues against them.
Castris originally was working with the Elders to a degree?
I cannot deny your claim. It was the council that offered this room to me. And they had only one request. They want the curse of death to be completely subjugated to your will.
Okay.
I was agreeable to that request.
But why?
I am unable to rid myself of this innate curse. However, from this day onward, I shall use it according to your will. I will never make any superfluous moves on my
Turning
own.
herself into a tool.
I see. So that is how they plan
Yeah,
to
the
control
Elders
the
fucking
Flame
suck.
Chase journey. They have shifted the heavy responsibility of granting death over to me. If I ever become obsessed with executing people, they will then have ample reason to terminate the Chrysos heir's journey.
Goddamn politics.
And yet, you seem to not mind. This is quite surprising to me.
That's because the fate that we were born with is a burden far heavier than that of an individual's life.
Okay, yeah.
I've woven many
Sense of duty, a
unforeseen
sense of
events into the
purpose.
tapestry of fate. This is but one instance. Tidy up your precious garments and come with me. Akima welcomes you, Castris.
Alright. I never expected that we'd see this. Seem to hear a sigh of contentment as if it comes from the mouth. Okay. Then the scenes of the past
I
abruptly
didn't think we'd
dissipate.
find vestiges of memory here.
Yeah,
Maybe they've got something to do with Orynyx's rune?
maybe.
Perhaps, but I do not need a reminder from them. This memory is one that I will never forget.
So it seems that the Council of Elders has manipulated you once already.
Indeed. While my relationship with the Council has always been quite ambiguous, Lady Aglaya has never taken any precautions against me.
Yeah.
Instead, she's shown me nothing but complete trust.
There's maybe something about who you should trust
really
yourself.
Want to repay her for that trust.
Yep.
But
kindness
why
begets
would
kindness.
This memory appear right now? Is this really Orynyx's power?
Okay, interesting. Anyways, because you were asking, I can show off build. So, stats-wise, got, just like baseline, 7,277 HP. My attack and defense really does not need to be as high as it is, just the way that my stats have ended up is that. 52.8% crit rate, 176.7 crit damage, that's how that all lines up. For Light Cone, I just have a fully superimposed Victory in a Blink, because I don't have her Light Cone. Maxed out Traces already, and then I have this piece, which it's got good crit damage, but like nothing else here is nice. Really would want, if at all possible, some HP percent there. And then here I got some decent crit rate, some decent HP percent. Then this piece, which honestly is, I'd say, my best piece so far. Crit damage, crit rate, HP, and HP percent. Pretty ideal piece, all things considered. Then I've got some HP boots that have some crit damage, otherwise it's just sort of a nothing. And then I have HP rather than quantum damage, more crit rate. Most of my pieces have like one stat, like one substat that like is actually worthwhile, and everything else is bad. I just haven't had the best luck with my pieces, so that is sort of what they play out as. Alright, cool. Good to compare. But yeah. As it plays out in actual battles, it works out pretty well so
monsters
far.
Actually
I'm pretty happy with it.
If Lady Cypher is to be believed, this could be the handiwork of Lord Mighty.
Fair, fair.
He's still fighting against the Black Tide, even in the Netherrealm.
We'll leave it to him. Demigod of Strife, after all. Alright, do we end up fighting these? Or?
Why are the Black Tide monsters here too? Can they swim in the River of Souls?
Even Thanatos wouldn't be able to accept Black Tide monsters into their realm.
Interesting.
These traces seem to suggest that anybody who trespasses upon death will pay a heavy price.
Okay. We're also here to trespass upon the Titans.
Since the realm of the dead must remain peaceful, it's imperative that we rid the place of such discordant noise.
Time for a little bit of a fight.
Please stay back. Let me deal with these enemies.
Alright. Time for us to get ult as quickly as possible. I'm gonna save that ult.
As you wish.
There we go. Now I can use this ult. Bonk him. Cut down a little bit more. And then I can do that with
Eternal sleep.
The dead return!
And then I'm literally on the verge. There it is.
Embrace a new life.
And this should finish the fight, given that they're already all like half health or worse. Yeah, didn't even use the full thing.
May wandering souls find their own. The path ahead is blocked by
I haven't
the
been
River
able
of Souls
to
again.
get to a point of like really limit testing Casperus yet, but
Let's go back to
I've
the
been
past.
enjoying her quite a bit.
This miracle sure is handy.
This is yet another aspect of a Titan's divine power.
Alrighty. Yeah, I love the destructive rocket. It is really fucking cute.
If Dan Heng was around, he'd definitely be able to raise the waters of the River of Souls into the sky.
If Lady Hycelens was still alive, I think she might be able to do that too.
Okay. Very solid stats, all things considered. Given that you didn't pre-farm, I'm impressed.
You seem to be able to discern both the past and the future.
Yeah. We keep going up.
Oh, this place must have been a beautiful courtyard in the past.
Yeah, maybe. Oh, hey, there's the garment maker. Time to talk to another ghost?
Please excuse me. I am but a scholar from a distant land who had the misfortune of falling into the River of Souls.
Oh, self-aware.
And turned into a member of the dead.
A ghost who knows they are dead.
Huh? This one seems to know that she's already dead.
Bit of a surprise.
Oh, I was merely speculating. But it seems I was right.
Just a guess in the dark.
And you... I recognize you. You're the Holy Maiden of Death from Idonia, right?
That would be true.
I'm sorry. I cannot bring you back to life. However,
yeah, I fully leveled all
should
of
you
her,
desire it,
like,
you can
traces
end
and
your
everything.
prolonged limbo.
Completely maxed her
well
out.
Aware of that. Even if you were able to revive me, I would never choose that option.
Ah.
That's because I didn't fall into the River of Souls by accident.
Wow.
Instead, I leaped into it to seek my death.
Okay. Jesus.
Why?
If you could see the life I've led, then you would not reproach me so. My life was far too miserable. But I did not expect things to stay the same even in death. What a joke.
That would explain the high
escaping
HP.
my mortal life, I've entered a millennium of pain instead.
Yep. Not exactly what you wanted.
What cowards humans are. For we fear both life and death simultaneously.
That is a very
sorry.
interesting statement.
I'm also powerless to answer that question.
That's all right, Holy Maiden. At least you are able to respond to me. Please, grant me death.
Yeah, that'd
Cersei's
do it.
above. Does this count as thinking till the moment I die?
God. Can't imagine what it'd feel like to roam around this void for centuries.
I have seen too many farewells. Her distress is quite commonplace. There are those who will end their lives over what seems to be the smallest of worries.
Depression is a bitch.
For some people, this power that I possess is a blessing rather than a curse. But I never managed to convince myself of that.
Yeah.
Cass, are you still trying to create a world without death?
Yes, because when placed under time's vast scales, there is no worry in this world that cannot be solved.
Okay. You should have a chat with Don Hung about this.
This is a wish that I've held for almost a millennium. My mind might have changed once upon a time if people managed to strike up a friendship with me. But I've never been more firm in my conviction. Now that I've learned about your near-death state,
Interesting. She truly wants to
It is
remove
my
death,
duty to
even
wipe
if
death from the face of this
elders are conniving, scheming assholes that have their fucking heads in the clouds, thinking that they can bring back a idyllic past. They still are trying to achieve something that she wants. Yeah, I caved and pulled for Tribby.
This place is so spacious.
For a while,
Is this the kingdom's
didn't
vault?
pull for her, but late into her banner, I decided to. Time for Onyx's miracle.
That's fine and all, but we need to lay down some rules. We're not gonna return to the past to steal things. Do we need to enter that doorway to climb even higher? There seems to be a person. Oh, more like a soul guarding it.
No, I think that's the right way to go about it. To
How
think
should
of it.
we get up there?
Okay. There's no stairs we can see that go up. We only have one way we can go. And we have a book.
The path is blocked yet again.
Chest.
Oryx's 8 always appears in times like this. How convenient.
Alright, so we can now go that way, which has an elevator.
Look, there's even a platform lift over there.
Let's see where this takes us. Pretty linear path so far. We can continue this way if
The
we
chest of the past
want.
has been left behind, but none of its treasures remain inside.
I want to make something with it. But what to make?
Can we get up here now? Yes. Alright. So from here, can we go along this? It would seem so.
Wait, what if the miracle suddenly loses its effect?
Yeah, that'd be a bit concerning if it did.
Do you really want me to answer that?
Just gonna wait so that we don't miss lines. Okay, there we go. Zenless has conditioned me. Why? Oh, they're not in this reality.
Don't come near me!
Okay, someone who's actually afraid.
Huh? Why does he look so panicked? Did the black tide monsters frighten him? Or is he actually scared of his own extraordinary power?
These are the troubles that powerhouses like us face.
There's no need to be alarmed. We're just passing by the area. See? None of us look threatening.
I know, we're pretty intimidating.
You have a point.
Oh, he did calm down pretty easily.
While this might once have been the royal vault, it's since been plundered empty. So please go away right this instant.
Oh, who plundered the vault?
You've misunderstood us. We simply heard your shouts as we were passing by, then decided to come over to find out what happened.
My goodness. Did I really yell out loud? How rude of me. I'm sorry to have bothered you. I merely saw a warrior. While that spirit didn't harm me, his blows
I wonder who that
packed a hefty punch.
A warrior?
Yeah, my mind immediately went to Cypher when he mentioned someone plundered the
You
vault.
seem to be quite different from him.
But it seems
Are
like he
you
might be talking
actually
about my
alive?
day now.
How can you walk around here while alive?
It's a long story. We're here to seek an audience with Thanatos.
Thanatos? Who's that?
Alright, they don't know who Thanatos is because they're from Era
Is
Chrysia.
it possible that he's also living in the era
Yeah.
before death descended?
Interesting.
Death. Could it be that you are here to defeat the evil dragon Pollux?
Pollux is from before Thanatos.
Pollux.
That complicates
Is that
things
the
in my
embodiment of
theories.
Thanatos? No. Death
Okay, I guess I was
According
wrong.
to the warriors under the Centurion's command,
Or at the very least, it's
that
different
evil
than what I
dragon has
thought.
been dead for quite a while. The curse
More
that condemns
complicated.
people to death didn't originate from it. But they saw a girl within the dragon's embrace, and she is the true Reaper.
Oh. Alexia?
Pray tell, where is that girl right now?
I've heard that the Queen spared no effort in bringing her back to the castle. Her Majesty intends to control all of Amphorius with this unprecedented power. As for whether this rumor is true, well, no one knows.
Uh-huh.
You have my thanks for the invaluable insight that you've given us. Please, treat this touch as a token of my gratitude.
She's just handing out death.
You... Are you... Thank you.
I suppose it's a little easier for her given that this
is his.
Setting souls to rest more than anything. Alright, let's see what memory we get this time.
Then you granted him death?
Ah. Her time in Idonia.
That isn't like you. You would have refused even if I commanded you to do so.
Oh, a time where she actually willingly did it?
Don't know. I did it out of sympathy, believing that I wouldn't be racked with agony, but... I am still in a state of turmoil.
Yeah.
Sympathy? Sympathy for that youth who triumphed in every battle?
That young man was favored by Talantin, who taught him a move that will defeat any mortal enemy with a single blow and emerge victorious every time.
Okay.
He could rely on that move to always achieve victory during Era Chrysia. However, now that death has descended upon the mortal realm, that divine swordplay also means he can send others to death at will. In other words...
You feel that he's similar to you?
Intriguing.
Yes. Since he can never be inferior to others in martial combat, death would be the inevitable outcome every time he strikes.
The idea of warriors before the existence of death is a very interesting thing.
Pleaded for me to put an end to all of this.
You are perhaps feeling lost from making your peace with death in so abrupt a manner.
Someone who knew they could only dole out death and chose death for themselves.
Have not made peace with death.
That certainly is a complicated person to meet for Castoris.
Tall and proud in the face of death. Even before the fated finale arrived, they were already content with the lives that they'd lived. They had such proud expressions. Expressions that made me believe death would be an insult to these mortals if the concept is truly a power that a god had carelessly cast down upon the world. Perhaps death's authority was never meant to exist in this world. Just like how I shouldn't exist.
Fuck.
I won't refute your beliefs for now, but would you be interested in listening to a story of mine?
Oh?
It's a fairy tale from foreign lands, told by the person who brought you to me in that ice field long ago.
Okay, a person brought
A tale
Castoris to her?
told by the Queen of Styxia.
Ah. Okay.
But wait a minute. That means the girl born in the dragon's embrace, the personification of death these souls talked about, That's you, Cass?
Interesting. Very interesting.
I've
Okay.
already had an inkling for a while now. But I honestly have no memories of Styxia. My memories only begin after Amunet brought me to Idonia.
So that must be the result of Polixia bringing Castris back, or attempting to. That's my guess there.
Don't look back. Keep moving forward. Always.
Keep
It's
moving.
yet another eulogistic butterfly. Are we getting closer to the Netherrealm? Make sure you keep it safe.
Oh, this is...
Oh, elevator. Duh. I got confused for a moment.
Living ones?
Oh. An alchemist?
Oh. Could you be the scions of Styxia?
Ah.
Did you hear about the great work that I'm doing here? And have thus arrived to give me the last material that I need for transmutation?
I'd rather not have spoilers.
Great work?
Ideally,
Have you heard of the
we
great
shall see.
name of Pollux, perchance?
Ah, Pollux. Definitely heard the name before.
You have? Then that's good. During the Age of Myth, a time likely before your birth, I was the unsurpassed zenith of alchemy that none could reach. On the shoals of the River of Souls, I shall make Pollux soar again and bring death back to the world.
But didn't that dragon already bring death to the world?
Yeah, but also wasn't there something in the fable about
looks like you
an
don't know
alchemist
the whole
bringing
picture.
back the princess?
Well, it's true that the missing girl can grant death to mortals. Pollux, the one who delivered her onto this world, makes it so that humankind cannot die.
Ah. Okay.
So, it's just as I feared.
What did you figure out? You and that dragon, are you the two sides of the same coin?
This is my guess.
Her other half. I was
The
right.
deceased
Pollux
are
is her other
supposed
half.
to drift down the River of Souls until they reach the end of the West Winds. But this River of Souls was blocked by Pollux's fall.
Okay.
That's right. That's why it's imperative that I bring the dragon back to the mortal realm and make it soar the skies again. I have long since prepared my alchemical matrix in the tower. Although, I am still missing the most crucial material of all.
Being?
That final ingredient, the final sacrifice, is none other than the girl who lives out her days with death.
Huh? What's going on? You didn't touch him, did you?
Yeah, why is that manifesting
I
without?
know that I am no longer capable of carrying out that task. Take this, all of you, and please fulfill that great undertaking on my behalf.
This...
We had been inebriated in
the Queen
Falusa's
of
feast
Styxia.
too long before we began to seek divine bestowed death, so that we could be freed from the whims of fate. However, that brought doom upon us.
Okay.
Instead of summoning a supreme god, we encountered a monster that cut off the River of Souls. That detestable dragon Pollux denied all the dead from the gates of the
Interesting.
Unable to rest in peace, these departed spirits engulfed Styxia like a roaring tide. As a result, my city and its people no longer exist. That child is the only person whom I managed to save. Born within the evil dragon's abdomen, she has possessed the talent of death since her birth.
Okay.
She must have been granted to us by the gods as a chance for us to atone for our sins.
Interesting.
Please, you must nurture her to adulthood and prevent her from experiencing all of the suffering that we went through.
I promise that I will care for her as a mother, that I will protect her from the evils of death.
But it's hard to protect her from the evils of death if you think that death is a good
Thank you
thing.
for your kindness. As her mother,
If you revere death, a lot less of death is
please
going to
bless
seem
this
evil.
child with a name. Before I am swept away by the river of souls, please let me know how I should address her in my next life.
Oh,
So it was Amunet who
like
named
how
her.
a transient raven butterfly, a fleeting papilio castor, perches on the twig of death.
Castor. Castorus.
That shall be her name.
Alright.
That's where my name comes from?
I didn't expect her to be the one who names her. Ah, massive roar in the distance.
The sound's back. What is making that ruckus?
Maybe a big old dragon? Or maybe Maide.
Living ones, don't waste your time bickering. The Netherrealm's wrath is falling upon you.
Ah, another fight?
Black Tide Creations. When did they... Miss, please fight them with caution.
Alrighty.
Be careful not to suffer the same fate as those Black Tide creatures.
Alright, time for a quick fight.
Hide behind me!
Oh, 3 waves. Interesting. Maybe actually it'll take a moment.
As you wish.
Mems up. Go.
Root here.
Let's settle
Almost there, but not quite. I'll just do this to speed up the
Receive
process.
divinity. Repay.
Watch closely. Delivering warmth.
And there we go, we have 100.
Embrace a new life.
Let's do it. Let's see how much I'm left with after this. Okay, actually have a little bit left.
How are we holding up?
There we go. Needing another cycle. Can get one of these in. I don't know if it, like, optimization-wise is actually good for me to hold on to Trivia's ult like I am, but
Please
it
cherish
feels
this
wasteful
time as you wish.
to not, like, get all of the follow-up attacks.
The dead return!
Now I can do the huge follow-up attacks I can.
It's coming! I feel that
Alright. Oh, I have 100% again.
Embrace a new life.
Time to unreasonably target this one guy. Alright. Oh, beginning to hear a voice.
May death protect us!
Yo, Maide!
On their triumphant return.
Hi, Maide, my guy, my dude. Oh, what's going on with him?
You?
Why
Lord
is he
Mighty?
glowing and yellow? I missed you so much that it almost killed me, pun unintended.
Lord Mighty, you've been through some tough battles once again.
What's up with him?
That
black tide.
Oh, he's actually temporarily dead.
Endless.
Okay, Jesus.
My death is only temporary.
What the fuck?
I will find my path of return and go back to the world of the living and continue my protection.
Lord Mighty, I have always wanted to. Why does death reject you?
That is a very good question.
Resisting it. I must resist the temptation to go with the flow.
Yeah, no, I remember him being rejected by death. I just didn't know it manifested in this form.
I'll go against the current and kill my way out of this cursed nether realm.
Yeah,
That is
with the Flame Reaver around.
My destiny.
That someone really should check up on him. Alright. Is this really the Proud Mighty?
It seems like he's completely focused on resisting the temptation of the dead's whispers. He's working hard every minute to deny death.
Interesting, okay.
It seems his battlefield is not limited to the world of the living. Lord Mighty,
So he just
are you willing
brute
to travel
forces
with
his
us?
way out of death every
We're
time.
headed for the Matrix inside that tower to summon Thanatos from their prolonged concealment.
Thanatos.
God, he's struggling.
Challenge. Death.
That's right. If we can work together and defeat them, Curse of Immortality any longer.
I suppose.
Let's go together, Castorus.
Alright, we got our boy with us.
Let the person who has brushed against death countless times guide your way.
God, yeah.
Cass,
Literally just
sure
when
you
faced
want to
with
do
death
this?
says no, fuck you,
The
and
alchemist
punches
said
his
he
way
wanted
out.
you to be a sacrifice.
Yeah, that's a concerning detail.
I'm not afraid. There's no reason for us to turn back anymore.
Worrying.
Rather than standing still, taking action is by far the better option. Perhaps fate might take pity on us today and show some compassion.
Sure. Let's be optimistic about this. Alrighty, up we go. Do I have to take the stairs, I guess? Not actually that far. Ah, yes, one of these. What pattern do we align this time? There it is. Okay. What do we have here? Before you are rusted and broken chains, remnants of a past that once led to the tower.
This is going to be difficult.
Nope, we have time magic. Didn't Castrum Kremnos also have this?
I'm familiar with this kind of mechanism.
Yeah.
But I've never repaired broken chains.
No issue, we have time magic.
If I was more powerful, I would be able to carry one person with each limb and fly the four of us to the other side. The Rune of Recollection is here, but I can't find the Miracle Orb anywhere.
Oh, I guess so.
So weird.
I guess that is the issue.
Oh, could it be in that collapsed tower in the distance?
Looks like it's your time to shine.
It's still up to me to step up in a crisis. Wait here. I'll go check things out.
Alrighty. Alrighty.
Just shout for me when you need my help.
Go, ma'am.
Got it. Just leave it to me.
Jesus. God, Mem's power is insane.
Mem did it.
The
Pink squirrel?
Squirrel is very smart.
God,
The
that's so
miracle's
silly.
range is limited. Please come a little closer.
Aren't I a good fit for Orynyx's priest?
I'd say so.
Of course. You're the most competent priest ever.
Alright. Yeah, I'll drop it. In we go.
The alchemical matrix should be behind this door.
Is
That?
Oh, fuck. God damn it. Ah. Okay. Alright.
Wow, there are so many of you!
Hi, Trianne. I didn't expect to see you
It's
here.
little Cass and little Gray. Oh, there's also little D and the big puppy!
How you doing, Trianne?
Trianne? Aren't you...
I get it now.
Get what? I'm getting even more confused.
This is the first time I've encountered a deceased friend while going upstream in the River of Souls.
Yeah. Huh.
It really works like this. Just like the other departed spirits we've encountered along the way. I'm also unable to sense the aura of the living on Lady Trianne.
They really went for the fucking gut with this.
Yup, you're right.
Straight for the throat.
Trianne already knows that she'll not be able to return to everyone's side. But Trianne believed that little Cass would eventually return to the Netherrealm. So, Trianne has been standing here, at this spot closest to the world of the living, and waiting for little Cass.
Oh, it must have been very tough for you.
God, she's just been waiting.
But according to what Trianne said, we're almost at the entrance of the Netherrealm.
Yeah.
Trianne promised Trevi and Trinan that when little Cass got here, Trianne would get the gift ready and be the first person to run over and
wow.
welcome you.
Okay, the gift.
So, little Cass, don't cry. Please, accept this. We finally finished it.
Aww.
This is what Lady Treeby once mentioned. The gift for me
Even we're here.
that you didn't manage to finish.
The Holy Maiden of Yanis.
Aw.
Even when separated by life and death, their thoughts are still connected.
Trianne spent a lot
This
of
is so
time
cute.
drawing this. Trianne hopes that little Cass likes it.
Seriously?
Ah.
It's seriously a wonderful drawing. Lady Trianne.
Casper's reaction is everything. Yeah, I love an accent here.
This is our flame chase journey.
Little Cass, we don't know what your journey was like before. Trevi has always said that it must have been a very harsh and frightening journey. But little Cass no longer has anything to fear now, because everyone is here with you in this flame chase journey!
Yeah, you're not alone.
That's right.
You have friends.
Only now, when I see Lady
People who care
Trianne's
about you.
gift, do I realize that I've already obtained so many things I would never have dared to dream of since I embarked on the
I don't
flame
blame you
chase
for
journey.
crying here. This is fucking
It's the first time I've
tragically
gained
touching.
so many companions. The first time I picked up the hobbies of crafting and photography. The first time I had dinner with someone else. The first time I went to the market to buy the Chimera doll I'd liked for a very long time and hugged it to sleep.
It's a tragic reunion.
The first time I wore a dress personally made by Lady Aglaia. The first time I went for a walk with Lady Treeby, Lady Trianne, and Lady Trinan. The first time I enjoyed the night breeze and looked up at the stars with Miss Hyacinth. The first time I took care of Dromasis with the Trailblazer. Looking back at all these experiences I never thought were possible, it feels as though the scales of my life had shrunk from centuries and decades down to minutes and seconds. And all of them are so precious. I took countless photos in the past, but they're all black and white landscapes.
Yeah,
I don't have a
those who
single
know,
one
know.
with friends. If I had known, I would have taken more pictures.
That strikes home. And shall we take one now? You regretted not taking pictures. Might as well take more.
Trianne likes little Cass and would love to take a picture with little Cass.
Sadly, being departed souls, our images cannot be
I was sort of wondering about
in the
that.
world of the living.
Didn't want to bring it up though, not ruin the moment.
I thought so too.
Truly a shame.
What? Are we seriously going to leave any room for regret?
There won't be any regrets.
Are you sure?
This vivid drawing surpasses any photograph from the world of the living.
Oh, God damn it.
Little Cass smiled. Treeby, Trinan, and Trianne's wishes finally come true!
Oh my god, why is she so happy?
I remember you once said that fate is not the flowers that bloom at the end of the road, but where people tread beyond the gate. Now, the path that belongs to me is about to reach the end. Thank you for bringing me the final key.
Key? Little Cass, why are you talking in riddles all of a sudden?
I have a feeling that soon, this gift of yours will become the key to saving Mrs. Life.
Really?
Wow, that's amazing! Then keep smiling and carry on bravely!
Yeah, that's all that can be done.
Little Cass, Little Gray, everyone, see you tomorrow!
Fuck! They keep getting away with it. They keep doing it. With a blinding smile, Trianne's golden form disappears in the thin fog of Styxia's moonlit night.
Lady Trianne.
Fucking see you tomorrow, Trianne.
The aura of this place. We have indeed reached the end of the stream of souls.
God. With a smile.
If I go any further,
energetic as
I
always.
lose myself. I must leave now, for the black tide still wreaks havoc in the realm of the living.
Yeah. Can you find your own way out?
I have broken free from the chains of death countless times. This time will be no different.
Hell yeah.
Castorus, will you fulfill your duty for the flame chase?
That is interesting, though, that this is how Maide's immortality works.
I have yet to make my
Cypher,
decision.
what are you doing in the background, Cypher?
No matter.
Was she there the entire time?
Your heart desires.
Was she listening through all of that?
Even if it takes 1,000 years of waiting. I will continue to fight till I die. Then rise from death. Till the miracle descends.
Hell yeah. I don't know why, but now I really want a Doom-esque game, but it's just Maide fighting his way out of death.
Lord Mighty.
What is it?
Professor Anaxa may have deduced the principles behind the Era Nova.
Uh-huh.
You and I may be reincarnated as Strife.
Oh, and then Cypher is the other of those three.
Becoming calamities wreaking havoc upon the world.
Strife, Death, and Trickery, the three that they want to rid the world of.
I see.
Is that all? Are you going to accept such a fate without complaints?
Do you have a strategy to shatter the shackles of our fate?
I haven't found it yet. Perhaps I never will.
Then, cease wasting your thoughts on futile matters.
Interesting. Different perspective.
Control what little you can. And when fate's inescapable grasp comes, resist it with the strength of your mighty will.
Hell yeah! Fuck yeah, Mighty.
Thank you, Lord Mighty. I will find the right decision.
In the name of strife, may you meet a fitting end.
Alright. We gotta ignore all the death flags for now.
This must be the alchemical matrix the spirit mentioned. Let's see. We need to insert Aquila's sky, Georios' earth, Kefali's fire, Fagusa's ocean, and Nestia's love.
Okay. How do we go about doing that?
It seems our sweet Princess Homebody has made up her mind. In that case, seamstress, I suppose I no longer need to deliver your message. My time is rather precious after all.
Whether you wish to break free from death or not, please, follow your heart. By the promise you once made, I ask that you fulfill your duty one final time.
Okay.
Casterus, please, live as a human.
Yeah.
And die as one.
That's what everybody has wanted for her, to be a person.
According to that alchemist, the final piece is supposed to be me.
Yeah.
However, he is not privy to the past, and therefore cannot see the full picture.
The past?
I saw the twins of death in Kefali's memory.
Yeah.
And now I am certain that I was one of them.
In some form, at least.
The trial of the Hand of Shadow demanded taking the life of your family. I died during that trial, falling before the gate to the new world. And my sister, whom I never met, became the Titan Thanatos of this cycle.
Yeah.
She was consumed with regret over my death, so she used the Titan's authority to reforge my soul.
So I was largely right on that front.
It also means she has never revealed herself to anyone, hidden away from the entire world. That's because the Titan she became already fell at the start of everything.
Yeah.
They died for me.
Equivalent
and now
exchange.
Lie in slumber in the River of Souls.
So Death has been dead this entire time, and they are Pollux. Okay.
That's right. The River of Souls is no material
So actually, in
river.
that case, my theory
It
is
cannot be
partially
blocked
correct
by
as well.
ordinary means.
Polixia
Only a
is
divine corpse can
Pollux,
prevent the dead
which,
from
I
reaching
mean,
the
that
next
part is
world.
pretty obvious, I think, but...
And that's why we have to awaken Pollux from death before we can retrieve the core flame of death.
Okay.
We have to reforge its body with the power of alchemy.
Yeah.
But Cass, if that alchemist speaks the truth, does that mean you're also part of the dragon body?
Yeah, I guess.
According to those departed spirits, I was indeed born as the dragon's twin. But before we talk about that, have you heard the sighs?
Sighs? I did when I was collecting the souls.
Ah, I heard them too. So what are those?
I think it's probably the sign of Pollux's wish being fulfilled.
Okay.
They must have realized how heavy a price they'd need to pay when they used their divine authority to resurrect a dead woman. That's why they exerted every ounce of their strength to send me to Styxia, a city that called for death, a land where none is hostile to death.
Okay.
They never saw their wish fulfilled and fell so prematurely, all because they wanted to give me a new life. Pollux must really want to know how their sister has been after giving their all to save her.
Yeah. Fair.
That wish is the reason Pollux's soul still lingers in the mortal realm even after their fall, quietly watching and documenting every detail of their sister's life.
Ah, so instead of picking up objects on the way here,
We've been picking up souls.
We were instead showing things to a strand of yearning that lingers here.
Okay.
Now, we must weave these yearnings together and restore them into Pollux's complete soul.
Interesting.
but all of this is just a hypothesis, right? What if we go through with the ritual and it turns out totally different?
Fair point. Fair concern.
That's fine. As Professor Axa often reminds us, such is the nature of alchemy. The true outcome can only be known once the process is complete. This is why alchemy is also known as the miracle of creation. Now, the puzzle of Pollux's yearnings is nearly complete, with only one final piece remaining.
I suppose that's
I shall
what they're
reveal
getting
what
at.
they have been yearning to know in the alchemical matrix. I will show them my whole life since I left Styxia.
Okay.
Lady Trianne has already drawn a picture of my entire life. And it is now in my hands.
Fuck, okay, yeah. Alright. To complete the ritual.
Then, let the ritual begin. And now, the objective is complete. That is all. Such is what Professor Anaxa always says after preparing for an alchemical ritual. And now, Pollux, I shall lift you from the river of souls and reforge your soul. Perhaps you will be disturbed by this, and your body may become horrifying to behold. But if even the slightest trace of your soul remains, the soul that once ferried me to this side of the shore, then please, look at me. I wish to thank you in person. I have obtained everything you sacrificed your divinity for.
Okay.
Lady Holonette.
Oh.
Did she recognize you? Oh, she must be the first soul we can communicate with here, right?
I'm afraid she is just another spirit trapped here,
Yeah.
like the rest of them. The only difference is that I was there when she died.
Okay.
Please, go on. I'm listening. Are you about to tell the story of Styxia?
Yes. You're just as smart as I imagined, but... never mind. Now's not the time.
There's no need to worry, Elder. Take a look around you. You're already at the resting place of the dead.
The world of the dead? But how?
I understand that you chose to remain silent about the story to protect Casterus, the girl who coexists with death. But you no longer need to hide that story. I can assure you that you have protected that girl's life well.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh, well, in that case, let me begin. Styxia, the
back to this
pearl
art.
of the ocean, plagued by unwarranted calamity and ravaged by death in the fairy tale. It was the first city-state to shift their faith towards death,
all right,
even before Idonia did.
Lines up with what we've seen.
From where you stand now, I suppose that's a bit hard to believe. Right?
Indeed. I cannot imagine that those from the Era Chrysia, blessed with eternal life, could ever yearn for death.
I have pondered the same question, child. But I am afraid there is no clear answer to it.
I suppose not.
Journeys and epics are only glorious and magnificent because all things eventually fade to dust. That's how someone once explained to me why death isn't necessary to the world. But I still can't take that as the final answer. Would a world without journeys and epics be worse off?
Interesting question.
I take it the one who spoke this line was a general, or perhaps a warrior. I, however, did find some inspiration in these words. Would you like to hear my thoughts?
Life is defined by death and vice versa.
Please enlighten me, Lady Amunet. Though I have already made up my mind on how to handle the authority and core flame of death. Your words might truly guide me toward the path forward.
You and I are neither warriors nor generals. Therefore, journeys and epics cannot truly resonate with us.
Interesting.
But what if I reframe it like this? What if love is not a trait bestowed upon mortals by Nestia, but a blessing from death?
How so?
Love.
No one ever invented the word cherish in the era when life was eternal. For all the good things in the world can be revisited endlessly. And every bond formed carried no risk of being severed.
In time, you could always return
to something. The so-called Era Chrysia was an age devoid of both virtue and sin. People did not truly live. They simply existed, going through the motions without passion or purpose, then waiting for something to happen. Perhaps the people of Styxia chose to embrace death not out of fascination with its cruel and fearsome side,
but that it would give purpose and meaning.
became fixated and obsessed with the impulses and desires tied to a finite
When you have
existence.
limited time, what do you choose to do with it?
Therefore, death is not a thing of fear and desperation, but...
That's right, Casterus. It is the reason we shed tears when parting ways. And also the original spark that ignited the passion of mortals. If you truly intend to deprive the world of death, then be prepared to witness it.
Immortality is stagnation.
To a state of stagnation.
A lack of change is stillness.
I understand, Lady Amunet. Our limited lifespan shapes all that we know and love. Not even the Death Titan has the right to take that away from humankind again. Nestia's love was the chrysalis of Gold's first blessing, but it most likely wasn't understood by mankind. We only learned to interpret this
so that's
wonderful
what she
gift
means,
after
okay.
Thanatos' arrival. If the world was bereft of death, then the Queen of Styxia wouldn't have played midwife in delivering me into this world. You wouldn't have welcomed me into Idonia, and Aglaia would never have invited me to join the Flame Chase journey.
So many things have
None of
happened
these
for
stories
good or
would ever
bad
have
because
happened.
of death.
And I would never have lived, let alone found happiness.
Death gave you life, Casterus.
Thank you, Mother.
Oh, fuck. Ah!
I will use all the love I've experienced in
Despite
this long life
everything. Ah!
to complete the final miracle.
Oh, that hits. That fucking
My
hits.
teacher, Anaxagoras, grant me the wisdom of all things. I call upon thee, the stripped dead dragon's corpse.
Netherwing!
Rises from the earth, falls from the sky.
A broken egg.
As above, so below. This is the greatest power of all powers. Unstoppable in this world.
I'm loving this.
The great work that commands all death. I shall grant you embrace.
Here we go. Death versus death, one half against another. Alright. Wanna get this sped up.
Okay. Receive divinity.
Is the girl who once saved my life truly gone? Or will you show yourself?
Netherwing bullets. Alright, we're at one now. Jesus Christ, okay. Might as well just use this. God, she's trying to give comfort at this time. Right, and God, that shreds hell.
May death protect us!
Alright, and now we have health
There's
again.
no more need to weep and grieve.
Okay.
I will grant you peace.
I think I understand why this boss is so good for Casterus in particular, given that we can jump back and forth
There
like
is
this.
fury welling up within them. May death protect us!
Just a little bit of healing.
Please, don't turn back to the Netherrealm.
behind her.
Sleep in peace.
Jesus. Okay, fight cut off. Real easy.
I'm sorry I have to wake you up from ancient death.
Yeah.
And I know you're anxious. Shh. Don't be afraid. Do you remember me? I'm the girl you once carried across the Sea of Souls. I'm sorry I wasn't able to remember you, but with the help of many people, I was finally able to pick up these broken fragments of my past. I'm back, Pollux.
God.
I know this might not be what you wanted. But I have to do this.
Who's made up her mind?
So please, carry me across the Sea of Souls again and return me to the Netherrealm. Just like you did in the past.
Accepting death.
Please take me to where the core flame of death rests. I'll be going now.
Let's go.
They may look scary, but as long as...
What's happening? I'm asking the same question.
What's wrong?
Our time shouldn't be up yet. Okay, I think I'm done for.
Are you...
What's wrong with her?
Are you reaching a premature
Her time
end?
is almost up.
Yeah.
If I don't go now, I'm afraid her soul will return to Thanatos' embrace before me.
What? Oh no! Is there anything we can do?
Don't worry. I promised I would ask Thanatos for the Trailblazers' right to roam the Earth again.
Yeah.
Mem, stay here and keep a close watch until I return. All right?
All right. I'm the best at taking care of others. Go on, Cass. Make sure not to leave yourself with any regrets.
No regrets. I'll go too.
That's not funny!
It's a deal then. Please. Wait for me.
We will. We'll wait. Oh, you sit in your little dinghy. Okay, that went way too fast. Venture not with me into the vast sea, or perhaps without seeing me. They did not give me enough time to read that.
You still ended up back here.
Yeah. The Field of Flowers.
So the legends were true. The Netherrealm really is a sea of flowers.
Yes.
There she is.
Just like the flower fields we tended to back then.
Hi, Polixia.
Is that you, Polixia?
Do you remember me?
I don't have the memories from that time, but I've seen you before during an experiment.
I see. Call me Thanatos, then. It'll be easier.
Okay.
However, since you recognize the name, you must already know everything about Thanatos, right?
Yes. I'm here to reforge the order of life and death in Amphorius.
You know, my sister was a sympathetic, but rather sensitive person. Whenever she didn't want to say what was on her mind, she would avoid eye contact and look off into the distance. Just like what you are doing now.
Tell us what's on your mind for real.
Can you tell me about the last Era Nova? What did you do, Polixia?
Where should I begin? I suppose we can start from the beginning.
Okay.
A long, long time ago, there were a pair of like-minded twins. As foretold in the prophecy, they were chosen to be successors to the god of death. But fate was cruel.
Yeah.
The price of attaining
this is so
divinity
bittersweet.
was to take the life of a family member with our own hands.
That trial was indeed recorded in that memory.
Then you should already know that my sister voluntarily gave up her own life, so that I could ascend as the demigod of death.
Yeah.
But I couldn't accept that. Why did we have to kill each other for a future she'd never see herself? That's not fair. So, while weaving the laws of the new world, I shattered the forbidden bottom line for life and death.
Same thing.
I reshaped my sister's soul and took the form of the great dragon Pollux to carry her up the River of Souls and back into the mortal realm.
Yeah.
But our fates were already decided and manifested in unexpected ways in response to my futile actions. Aging is an unbreakable law of nature laid upon humankind, created at the same time as death. When the living die, their souls will meet Thanatos, who would determine where every
This place
soul
is fucking
goes.
beautiful.
If the Reaper raises their left hand, the soul is granted death and allowed to enter the Netherrealm to await reincarnation. If they raise their right hand, the soul is rejected by the Netherrealm and returned to the mortal realm to continue walking the earth.
So they hypothetically could continuously
That's
raise
why
their
the
right
Hand of Shadow can only lay down judgment and not embrace another being.
Yeah.
Yes. Death was originally a pair of hands, but they were split in twain when we reached the mortal realm, never to touch each other ever again. The half of Thanatos that represents life, the undying human who grants death, that was the curse I forced upon you.
Yeah.
Then, what about you?
As the half of Thanatos representing death, I shoulder the fate of defying death. I died the moment I entered the world of the living. From then on, my Titan also no longer existed in this world. The cycle of life and death stopped. Souls were denied their audience with death, and were left stranded within an ever-rising river of the dead.
Yeah.
What irony. My selfish desire to save your life gave you and the world a fate far worse than death instead.
She's burned the world down to try to save her sister.
What was left of my reason was left behind in the Netherrealm, where I've been taking care of these flowers day after day, until there is now a sea of them, all while mulling over the subject of life, death, parting, and enduring an endless loneliness.
Yeah.
Fate is absurd indeed. Our lives were a mirrored image of one another, like a pair of hands. Even so, we arrived at the same destination.
Eventually.
We walked different paths, yet experienced the same pain.
Yeah.
I had a
Fate
hope
is a hard thing to
that maybe you
break.
would at least have a good life in this cycle. I'm sorry.
I lived my life well. It didn't go to waste. As far as I'm concerned, you did nothing wrong.
Even though I forced the authority of granting death to humanity upon you, a total stranger.
Too many responsibilities were forced on me in the course of this long journey. I was once lost, even upset. But I realized recently that if it weren't for your blessing, I wouldn't have understood the source of these emotions, nor would I have realized my purpose.
Really?
I wouldn't have made it here to reunite with my missing half. And we wouldn't be discussing our past while sharing the same view of this landscape.
Yeah. Something was gained from this.
I wouldn't have understood the meaning of our existence.
The meaning of our existence.
This sea of flowers blooms on dead land, because we sowed it with the seeds of our separation and watered it with our tears of loneliness. Yes, the only thing death is allowed to create are flowers that bloom from blood and tears. That's why Thanatos cannot create living beings at will, nor can the hand of shadow determine a person's remaining days. Because the life and death of mortals should never be dictated by another's will.
Yeah. No one holds
Are
power
you saying
over death.
There's no point in Thanatos' existence?
No. No single being can bear the scales of life and death on their own. Not even a god. Life and death weigh equally heavy. We both know that now, don't we?
Yeah.
You, too, must have had a difficult life. We've taken quite the ridiculous journey together, haven't we? I had a feeling, even back then, that we would meet again one day. Not to embrace one another after a long separation, but to come in search of retribution. Tell me the answer that's already been written, and let us draw this scene. It's been far too long. I've waited here for centuries, watching day after day as desperate spirits are denied by this lonely wasteland.
Ugh.
I always hoped I would see you among them. But I was also afraid of seeing you. I didn't know how I could possibly face you again. But more than anything, I was afraid that you might have forgotten all about me.
I know. But don't you see, Polixia? I made it back anyway. You don't have to shoulder death's authority on your own anymore. It was always meant to be held in two hands anyway.
Yeah.
So, let's give our core flame to her, and have her take it back to the mortal realm. Give humanity back their cycle of life and death. Our responsibility as Thanatos was never about picking out favorite souls.
Yeah.
We were only meant to watch over life. Let's tend the field together.
This
and
is so
create
powerful.
a warm sea of flowers for all the souls to come. What do you think, Polixia?
Yes, just one last step. You shall wither, and through that, the dead will sprout again from the remains, and be reborn with the dead flame. As foretold by the prophecy, Thanatos' authority is only destined for only one person to wield. As the Chrysos heir of death, as their demigod, as a titan, our fated moment has arrived once again.
I suppose it has.
Just like before.
Yes, just like before. But unlike that time, the ones undergoing the trial this time are prepared.
You've made up your mind?
Yes, as dictated by fate. But I won't be afraid. As long as you're here with me. Complete your trial in this life. Grant me the embrace of death, and light the spark of life ablaze. You've been tempered by life and death. I know you'll be able to give this wasteland its first breath of life. Like a raven butterfly, flying swiftly into the nether realm, perching on the twig of death.
I really wish that these two could
I
have
will.
a better life, yeah.
After this,
I wish they could have
I will
comfort.
remain permanently in the nether realm. The river of souls shall return here and rain down from the sky, scattering souls across the earth.
God.
The cycle of life and death will flow once again. This sea of flowers you sowed shall bear countless joyous or sorrowful souls, and bloom evermore.
Thank you. Just one last thing. Can you grant me one wish?
Of course. What is it?
Please. Don't forget me.
I promise you. When we meet in the next world, even if I have endured another reincarnation, even if we do not know each other's names, I will still hold you tightly in my arms. Just like what I did when we were born.
Casterus. Casterus. You're as beautiful as a fleeting butterfly.
I will bring rest to death. And from now on, stagnant life will once again flow.
God. So tragically beautiful. Then we jump to Anaxa, okay. Alright. Yeah, the final embrace.
Time flies. In the blink of an eye, the 15th entry hour is already at hand.
Time's up.
When this farce is over, your soul will be placed on the scales of life and death. Are you ready?
No need to ask so many times. Of course I am.
Then why do you drag your feet? Is your fear of crowds holding you back again?
God. Jumping from that fucking
I simply find them too
incredibly
noisy.
tragic but
Paying
beautiful
attention
scene
to
to their
conceited
banter
fools
is
like
insane.
them would be an utter waste of my time.
Such harsh words. As I see it, you are no less arrogant than they are.
I couldn't agree more.
Oh. I did not expect to hear that from you. Are you not going to refute me?
I know myself better than you think I do. At the very least, better than a stowaway like you.
And they say men whose ends are nigh have but kind words.
Oh, that's a very good point.
Well, that is exactly why
that
I
isn't a
chose
thing I had
you.
considered.
Should I thank you for the compliment?
The hour of the trial has come. Do you have an answer for me? And how will you prove the veracity of your argument?
I suppose there is no point in
The
putting
contrast
this off
here
any
is
longer.
insane.
Do you recall where we stopped the last time?
You were saying that Amphorius's history is cyclical.
It seems to be.
Indeed. The demigods that bear the core flames eventually become the new titans at the world's end.
Yeah.
Remember what happened on the Holy Mountain? Calypso, Naias. As their destined ends approached, one by one they left this world, leaving only the twins, who are fated to succeed death. Unfortunately, while their journey is consistent with ours, you and Calypso, as well as Nikador and Naias, act as supporting evidence. I can only come up with a rough sketch for my theory of a cyclical history.
Yeah.
For all the pains I took to reach this point, I had already lost hope of ever obtaining definitive proof. After all, the past is in the past. Proving that we are the legacies of heroes of the past is a hopeless endeavor. That is, until I met a girl named Polixia and her sister. If Castorus was truly sent from the past to the present for the Titan's self-serving reasons, then having lived through 2 cycles, and with Styxia as the pivot, she will no doubt be the link to connect all of this together.
So Castorus is
If the Twins of
what will
Death can
determine
bridge
the
2
proof of his
cycles to
theory.
reunite at the shores of the Sea of Souls, then my hypothesis will no longer be just a hypothesis. And you too will get the answer
God,
to
he
your
was
question.
right all along.
Well, that is all well and good, but how can you be so sure? If there is even the slightest error in your hypothesis, the girl will be shattered.
It matters not. The most important quality a scholar must possess is foolhardiness. If you are overly cautious,
I love the moral
then you'll
ambiguity
never
of
have the
Anaxa.
gumption to make the first step, and change will never come. Besides, I, Anaxagoras, am destined to overturn this farcical world. Come.
He is a
Let us
mad
go and
scholar
teach
for
those
sure.
pathetic worms one final lesson.
Those pathetic worms, Jesus. All right. In which case, oh yeah, there he is. Cannot view detailed info. Damn. Alrighty. What was that? There was something here. Ah, just the Pollock stuff. Up we go.
Feinen.
Ah,
so they are leaving the final debate to him.
Alright.
Let those Chrysos heirs who started this terrible war hear you.
I have a feeling that
Let them hear the voices of the people.
things are going to be going interesting here, given how things ended in Styxia.
As always, that woman knows how to stir up a crowd.
Professor Anaxa, I thought you'd pass on this.
Everyone must cast their vote, or this assembly would serve no purpose.
I suppose so. True democracy and all.
Do you truly think it's wise to entrust the fate of the world to an assembly like this?
Akama has stood strong under this system for 1,000 years. It stands to reason that there is purpose in its existence.
Not even saying that he
you're
believes
asking,
in it, just that it
is it?
seems to have worked.
What you really want to know is Aglaya making the right decision in entrusting the fate of the world to you?
Nothing ever escapes you.
I didn't spend all those years teaching you for
evil
nothing.
scholar to go up against
Most
good
people
boy.
only take 4 years to graduate, if I recall.
To tell the truth, I feel like I'm on my way to an execution chamber instead of a podium.
Yeah, do your best,
So,
Feinen.
Do you have an answer to that question?
No, I don't.
I thought so.
Because that question is not yours to ask in the first place.
God damn it, Anaxa.
Is Aglaya entrusting the world to you the right decision? Don't make me laugh. That is a question that woman must answer herself. Why are you fretting about this on her behalf? Or have you been seeing yourself as her pawn all this time? Listen up. I'll say this only once. Flip your perspective around and ask yourself this instead. What should I do to ensure that the world doesn't stray from the correct path?
I suppose.
That is what you should be thinking about.
Fair.
You still have time, so give it some thought. Oh, and don't bother telling me the answer.
God, he does not care.
Tell it to those begging for salvation from the gods.
Got it. Thank you, Professor Anaxa.
That's Anaxagoras to you.
Yeah, of course.
Who will you be voting for?
That'll depend on how well you perform. May Cersei safeguard your thoughts.
Alright. Let's get started then. Lord Anaxa, you're finally here. The last speaker for the assembly will be taking the stage soon. The resolution will be passed after that. Lady Canis has reserved a special seat for you. Shall I show you to it? Lead the way. Alright, this way please.
I actually don't necessarily find things remaining the way they are.
God, all the layered voices.
Thank you.
Elders and citizens,
I like it.
Silence, if you please. As the Theoros, I present to you Feinen of Ides Elysiae, virtuous citizen of Akama, and the last speaker of the assembly.
It's speech time.
Much obliged, Lord Lycus.
I remember him. He's the penniless lad working for a
Penniless lad.
Where's Lady Goldweaver? Why is she sending this guy to give the last speech? Is this really the end of the Flame Chase journey?
They don't understand
Can
the
this
power
dude
of good
really
boy.
face down kindness?
I actually don't necessarily find things remaining the
By Kefali above. Dear citizens of Akima, as you look upon me, so too do I see you.
All right.
I see your fear and misgivings, your apprehension about the discord between the Chrysos heirs and the Council of Elders, and your uneasiness about the future of the Holy City. Yet, before you contemplate something as grand as the fate of the world, I ask that you look closer. Look beyond the horizon illuminated by Kefali, at the crisis threatening to overwhelm us.
What?
Hydes Elysiae, my beloved hometown, is a village forgotten by time.
Okay. Interesting
It is
angle.
a place with the most invigorating breeze and wheat fields that spread all the way to the sea. I once thought that there I would enjoy a lifetime of peace and quiet with my friends and family. How I wish I could invite all of you to that paradise, far from the noise and chatter of the world. Alas, I can't. Because she, and all that she nurtured, all that I loved,
wow, he's tapping into some real shit
they
here.
have long been devoured by the black tide. My beloved home is no more. I will never forget the day the black tide struck. My father, Hieronymus, fought with a broken sword to his last breath to protect his child. My mother, Aldada, she was ripped apart by monsters. Also, I might live to stand before you here and now. Galba, he was a hunter. But in the end, those arms that once drew a bow instead embraced Piso, his beloved son, as they both breathed their last. Pythias, the teacher, risked her life to save her students, but a burning beam fell on her, crushing her. And what of Livia, her daughter? Did she make it out alive? No, she didn't. Livia, Piso, and so many other children. My childhood friends. They were all swallowed by the black tide and turned into monsters. They kept saying the same thing.
Violence VA is
over
doing great work here.
and over. Even up until the final moment, I finally steeled my heart and granted them eternal peace with my sword.
Fuck!
Why, Fine? Aren't we the best of friends? That is the black tide. A
that's the
looming
angle.
threat that can bring Akima to its knees anytime. Kindness may have promised that with the 3 Titans of Calamity gone, Akima will return to an era Chrysia once more, but much as it pains me, I must disappoint you. While the demigod of strife has done everything in his power to hold them back, they are still coming. By now, the name of that black-robed swordmaster, the Flame Reaper, has likely echoed throughout the city already. The roaring thunder is a message from the strife demigod. The Flame Reaper has risen from death, and they hunger for the core flames of the gods.
God. Glad I made the right choice sending him out for this. Make them realize that it is not as simple as the elders say.
If such a powerful enemy is indeed approaching, why is Akima still a picture of peace?
Well, you see, there is no war in Akama.
The city of Akama shows no signs of pandemonium or chaos. And why is that? I beg you, spare a moment to think about this. Are we able to stand here and hold this assembly in peace today because the danger has passed? No. This peace we enjoy is no gift of fate. We are able to stand here today only because the Chrysos heirs have stepped up and shielded Akama from calamity.
Yeah.
With her golden threads, Aglaya has preserved and continues to preserve these idyllic days that all of you hold dear.
Yep.
The Council of Elders claims that
Impressed,
Aglaya
Alexa?
will one day forsake the people because her divinity is eroding her body and soul. But ask yourselves this. Rather than offering her aid and support, why do they choose to watch and push Akama away from the Flame Chase journey? The answer that no one can bring themselves to speak of. A truth stained in blood.
You did a good job of pulling them in with the emotional trauma backstory and now going for the logic.
Bare before you. It is because the Council of Elders, which bears Akima's history and honor, along with this citizens' assembly we once took so much pride in, are now infested with
calling
vermin.
them vermin. He's calling them out.
You insolent whelp! How dare you!
It is true that Aglaya has reached her limit. Why? Because she has been working tirelessly to weave the defenses of our holy city against the encroaching evil. All while these vermin are making up baseless accusations about her and scheming in the shadows. Not once has she ever failed Akama. Yet these vermin attempt to tear her apart, tarnishing her name with unfounded allegations. She may have been blessed by divinity, but hasn't her heart always stayed true to humanity? They attempt to mislead you and reduce this assembly to a crude standoff between gods and humans, but citizens of Akama.
I don't know, he could be lying. He seems like a schemer. I don't
Open your eyes and look at those around you. Examine them closely. Beneath all that finery, do you see the good heart of a human or the poisonous glands of a pest? Make your judgment, then turn your gaze to the demigods whom so many of you regard as cold and merciless. Do you not see the light of humanity in them? And those who wear the mask of humanity yet utter only hurtful, slanderous words. Can you not see that their souls have been corrupted by power?
God.
Yet, no matter what your answer is, and no matter who your vote goes to, rest assured that you have nothing to fear. For Aglaya, Trebios, and I will remain your faithful guardians and pledge our lives to upholding your decision. And this vow will stay true until the end of our days, where it will be passed on to
the front
future
lines against
flame
the
chasers.
fucking Black Tide.
A steadfast and unwavering promise that shall endure through the ages.
Nice. Good job, Finance.
The Chrysos heirs have only our best interests in mind. I still don't understand it. I will never believe our peace talks are all have to end. So,
In an uproar, representative leaders from different cities in Akama throw pieces of pottery into the Dolium.
At the present time, on the scales of Talenton, those who call for the continuation of the Flame Chase journey, and those who demand its suspension. Each faction holds an equal share of
we
votes,
brought it to a tie.
resulting in a perfect balance.
What happens now?
As expected. This is the moment when the flame chase journey is the closest to its end.
And now
Of
it's
fucking
your
course,
turn to
it
vote,
comes down to a
Lord
Naxa.
Anaxagoras.
Oh my god.
Is there anyone else who hasn't voted?
No, you're the last.
What
Cast
will he
your vote
do?
with care, for your decision will break this impasse.
What's your choice, Anaxa?
I have long since made a decision.
Ah.
Very well. May you bring much needed change to this farcical world.
All right.
Who will he vote for?
What's your plan? What
You've
you gonna
done
do?
well, Finan. Given the circumstances, delivering a rousing speech to stir up emotions was a prudent move. Thank you all for your patience. On behalf of the
course, he's
7
gonna fucking
sages of the
monologue.
Grove of Epiphany and the scholars of Amphorius, I, Anaxagoras, am ready to cast
He's making
my
a
vote.
fucking moment out of it. This
But
guy.
before that, in the interest of fairness, Lady Goldweaver, I pose a question to you before all who are gathered here. Will you, as Finan has promised, stand by the decision made in the Assembly, regardless of outcome?
In the interest of fairness, I make
I can
no
totally see
promises,
that.
lest it should influence your decision.
Huh.
Very well. I thank you for your honesty.
Yeah? Interesting.
What's he doing?
Being dramatic as hell.
The stakes are high. Let's be patient.
Cut the act! Who do you think you are wasting our time like this?
My man is hours away from death, and
Lord
he
Anaxa,
cannot help but
please,
make
do
this
not
a
forget
tense
that I-
moment.
Rule number 1, do not call me Anaxa. Rule number 2, never interrupt me. Silence is golden.
Yeah, he is a total theater kid.
Just vote already. What are you waiting for?
Your vote.
Oh.
Your
Ooh, ominous.
cast your vote.
I cannot help but wonder, is every hardship in the world something you will exploit and use to your advantage?
God.
How else am I supposed to make use of this situation where my body and soul are separated? Oh, Circes. Or should I say Calypso? Accompany me on this final journey.
Ah.
Let us journey to the Netherrealm and see how she will substantiate the answer to your question and validate my decision.
All right.
We need only to follow the
Yeah,
sound of
the fact that they disrespect him in the meta by just making him just an Axa is so funny.
You are...
Well done, child. Just as I foresaw.
Interesting.
You have achieved great things.
Teacher.
A reunion.
What a twist of fate. A blasphemer raised in the doctrines of the Venerationists. It's like a foal kicking its mother in the belly after taking all her milk.
Certainly a metaphor.
I respect you immensely, sir. But
someone actually respects.
You cherish the truth even more. So, child, do not be troubled by the criticisms I have borne. Do not let those voices hinder you as you forge ahead.
Alright.
As the sage of the Venerationists, I am duty-bound to oppose you. But, as your friend and mentor, Anaxagoras, I say, go forth.
Nice.
For the truth is already in your hands.
Hell yeah.
I will keep that in mind.
Go now, child. Your
gotta love
lonely
Anaxa
pursuit is
going,
about
hey,
to
give me
welcome a new
everybody,
chapter.
give me a moment. I need to go die for a few minutes
And
to
when you
figure
reach
this
the
out.
end of this journey, may we meet again with the truth before us.
You have my word, sir. May Circes safeguard your thoughts.
May Circe safeguard your thoughts.
You are right, Empedocles. My lonely pursuit is about to welcome a new chapter. I must be on my way now. May we meet again with the truth before us, Empedocles.
What are you waiting for? Just cast your vote.
Silence! Silence, everyone!
Behold, Circes, here at the center of the world, I shall write the final step of my proof.
Yeah.
For this place is but one step away from the truth.
Ah, cutscene time. What's he doing?
Professor,
Ah.
I completed the proof you wanted.
Jesus.
Thank you, Castorus.
He's been proven right.
The answer is plain as day. My vote goes to the Flame Chase journey and nothing else!
Elder Kindness, I have deciphered the truth of this world.
He's reveling. Oh my god.
With the balance shattered, the result is clear. Buy carefully and to Lenten above, as the Theoros I have observed.
God.
No! Ligus, you can't!
Trying to interrupt
Next,
the
what
balance
have
of
you
democracy.
done? Have you lost your mind?
He has seen the truth.
I hope you are prepared for the harsh punishment awaiting you. Mark my words, I will make sure that clever head of yours
Gilgamesh
never forgets
God.
the price of betrayal.
Gilgamesh would so approve of this guy's vibe, even though he
Have
would
you
probably
forgotten?
try to kill him.
I told you that happens to be one of my rare talents.
You put on such a grand performance just to aid their preposterous flame chase journey.
Performance? No, you are quite mistaken. I may be paranoid by nature, but I've always been known for my honesty.
Yeah, yeah.
If you really understood me, Lady Kindness, you'd realize that I never had any interest in your pathetic little game of politics.
Yeah.
Factions, standpoints, they are jokes in my eyes.
He's merely followed
I've never
the truth.
once switched sides. Because I And I alone.
I am the truth. Jesus Christ,
Lady
man.
Kindness, with all the citizens here as witnesses, we should honor the spirit of democracy and respect the decision of this assembly. I have observed that Akama has chosen her destiny.
Yeah.
This citizens' assembly has resolved to continue the flame chase journey. This resolution shall be put up on the Wall of Heroes, such that all citizens are aware of the city's way forward.
You,
how
seems not
dare
everyone
you
is ready for the
follow
assembly to
rules.
end. Very well. Let me entertain you for a little longer.
Oh boy.
By your leave, Lord Lycus.
Interesting. Elders and citizens, your attention, please. Stay for a moment more, if you will. Anaxagoras of the Grove of Epiphany has an announcement for the assembly.
What is this performer up to now?
What do you think he'll continue? I don't know.
Why are you so mad when you were just an idiot?
Just moments ago, all of you made a decision on the fate of Amphorius. As a supporter of the Flame Chase journey, it pleases me to see the choice you have made. But I regret to say that I still harbor doubts about this outcome. Thus,
what?
I hereby challenge this resolution.
God damn it.
Tell me, who among you dare swear to Kefali's name that Era Nova will truly welcome the fairy tale ending that the Chrysos heirs have promised? A beautiful new world free of calamity and madness?
Nonsense! That's impossible! What is he getting at? Of course he...
No one? Must I pick somebody to answer?
Truly just the love of the
Very
game.
well. You, the one acting so wise and profound, in front of all present here, do you dare swear that it will happen for sure? No? Fine. Next. You, the one with ignorance written all over your face. Yes, you. Do you dare swear by it in front of the Titan?
What are you trying to do?
Useless. Your turn, then. With that smug look of yours, you must be confident that the Flame Chase journey is the best course to take, right?
Hey! Mind your tongue!
So, no one? I see. In that case, fine then. Answer me
He needs
this.
everyone to know he's smarter.
Your speech was filled with such passion just now. How confident, then, are you in making this promise?
Professor, what are you doing?
Let him continue with his performance.
That's what it is. He's the great performer.
Will you look at that? Even Finan and Aglaya lack the courage to make such a promise. And what's even more absurd is that no one but I can promise you this new world. And yet, the Assembly passed the resolution anyway.
Oh my god. This guy is an asshole.
But
I
you
love
needn't
it.
worry, because I knew better than to trust you good-for-nothings. That is precisely why I am here. To give you one final lecture.
Uh-huh.
Now listen up and listen well. I, Anaxagoras of the Grove of Epiphany, hereby declare everything that the Flame Chase journey promises is true. Finan of Ides Elysiae, the prophesied demigod who shall succeed Kefali,
will reforge each and every one of us in the new world with his complete, intact memories.
God, hell yeah.
The core flame-bearing titans were the Chrysos heirs of yesterday.
The cycle.
And the Chrysos heirs who carry the core flames today will become the titans of tomorrow.
Hey, buddy. Fine on. You're gonna carry shit on your back.
All of our souls shall endure for eternity in the miracle of the World-Bearer. And all under Kefali's protection shall step into that new world.
God.
This is pure blasphemy!
It's impossible.
What? Are you saying that we must bow down to you and worship you even in our next lives? Enough, you blasphemous imbecile! How dare you try to deceive us with all these lies and falsehoods? How can you prove?
I told you, don't interrupt me.
He's in his moment.
But since you've asked,
he's in the groove.
I shall be kind and indulge you. My statements are based on my experiments.
I fused with his soul
of Kefali themselves. You heard me correctly, everyone. With the tacit approval of Kindness and the Council of Elders, I fused my soul with the god through alchemy and learned the truth behind Era Nova.
God.
What is he talking about? Isn't that pure blasphemy?
I, the vile, wretched
he's leaning
blasphemer,
into it.
deserve nothing less than death for my sins.
Oh my God.
And the Council of Elders, which granted me consent and aided in committing this atrocity,
Yo,
should
he's
face
pulling them
punishment
down with
alongside
him.
me.
Oh my God.
By the gods, even Kindness has betrayed Akuma.
Oh, at this point, I honestly cannot deny the possibility that he has perfectly timed this so that once his speech is over, he can just take a bow and fall over dead.
No knowledge of his transgressions. He did that on his own. The Council of Elders bears no responsibility for his actions.
Are you sure about that?
Lord Lygus, as the esteemed Theoros, are you going to simply stand by and allow the Council of Elders to be dragged through the mud?
If the accusation is true, I will acknowledge it. If not, my conscience stands unburdened. Lady Kindness, the reputation of the Council of Elders was not built in a day, nor will it be shattered overnight. Repercussions await those who fool the people, and punishment must be meted out on those who abandon their vows. We should respect this beautiful city and her people.
You...
Lady Aglaya, the Gold Weaver, I humbly ask that you take on the responsibility of overseeing this judgment in the name of the fairness of Talantin and the justice of Kefali. Considering the circumstances, and in accordance with Akuma's codex, as the only demigod among us, you shall rightfully wield this authority.
The honor is mine to bear.
Even though Aglaya is the weaver, the one who deals with threads, Anaxa is the puppet master here.
This is how we're supposed to go.
Elders and citizens, silence, if you please. Anaxagoras of the Grove of Epiphany has made his statement clear. As per Akuma's codex, I request all present citizens to stand with me in exercising the right of judgment. First, Elder Kindness of Akuma and Lygus the Theoros stand accused of neglecting their duties and abusing the law,
leading to the egregious blasphemy against a god. In the names of Talantan and Kefili, Akima is to form a committee before the 7th action hour to conduct an investigation and disclose the findings to the public for subsequent judgment.
All right, fair.
Yes! That's what we deserve!
All fair.
Curse you!
Why are you so mad?
Now,
the truth will come out.
Concerning Anaxagoras of the Grove of Epiphany, he has confessed to grave blasphemy against Kefili. In the names of Talantan and Kefili, the accused must be allowed to hear the people's voice prior to the execution, for a chance at a reduced sentence and possible pardon.
All right. They want him dead. Oh, fucking God. The fucking chant.
Let him die! Let him die! Let him die! Let him die!
And he just laughs.
Professor.
Oh no, my boy.
Let him die!
They keep going.
Let him die! Let him die! Let him die! Let him die! Let him die!
I'm getting real pumped about this.
Let him die! Let him die! Let him die! Let him die!
Yeah, it just goes. Anyways, I'm dying already. Backflips into oblivion.
Let him die! 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 Let him die!
How many times is this happening?
Die! Let him die! Let him die!
What decision will you make, Lady Goldweaver?
Enough with the hesitation, Aglaya. This is not like you.
Let him die! Let him die! Let him die! Let him die! Let him
Okay, we get the picture.
Then, in light of the people's voice, O Talantan on high, may you bring death upon him.
They are so happy for this, which is insane. Oh, now we return to our POV. Okay. I'm going to assume that this entire time while we're waiting to get back to them, they're just continuing to chant, "Let him die." Anyways, what is this place? I sure do wonder. Hello, Castoris.
Allow me to reintroduce myself. I bore the name of Castoris while walking among the mortals. And now, I stand as the demigod of death, the living side of Thanatos.
Yeah.
Welcome to my realm, where the west wind ends.
She's accepted her position. The fact that she looked into the camera with this one, Jesus Christ, no, it's a beautiful place.
Every departed soul who has arrived here has expressed the same. Did you know? Every flower here was planted by Thanatos themselves.
Yeah.
These flowers were originally both lifeless and immortal. But in the first rain brought by the River of Souls, they were given new life, flourishing as the bearers of countless souls. And it is my duty as the Master of Death to tend to their well-being and foster their growth in this serene haven. Similar to the structured cycle of life and death in the mortal world, these flowers too shall wither and fade,
Yeah.
returning to the earth and then ascending to the sky with mist and tides. Eventually, They will descend to the mortal land as gentle rain. Every soul undergoes the perpetual cycle of reincarnation, albeit in varied forms, until the world meets its end. Yet, sadly, there's no time left for Emphorius to wait for when the flowers bloom again. Now, death is the power at my fingertips. It once led the souls of the deceased here, but I shall open the gate of the Netherworld and return you to the realm of the living.
Yeah.
In exchange, please, take the core flame of death with you and complete the flame chase journey. Do not let our work thus far be in vain.
We're not going back?
Just like the other demigods, I will stay here and embrace my destiny.
Yeah. Alright.
That being said, it is not easy to guide a lost soul back to the mortal realm. The whispers of death are sweet and alluring. If your determination wavers, you will succumb and be forever ensnared by the Netherworld's grasp. Please consider this a one-time exception. I will do everything in my power for the flame chase journey.
Yeah.
And for your life, the only life I can save.
I'll do my best.
I am glad to hear that.
Over here!
March? Keep moving forward and don't look back. Keep going. The express is right here.
I believe in you.
Wow. Can't say I expected this.
Grace awaits you.
One day our paths will cross again.
All the hardships.
Lift your chin up high and step forward with us toward tomorrow!
Yeah? We gotta be
That's
there
right.
for tomorrow.
Keep your eyes on the dawn.
We gotta meet everyone tomorrow. We'll see them then.
Onward. Show me your courage.
Make sure that we,
Partner, we
meet
shall
everyone
become
again.
heroes together.
Yeah. We got promises to fulfill. Almost there. Finally. Thank you, Casterus. Since I've already made it to the end, maybe I can have one last glance at that sea of flowers. Don't turn around. Keep moving forward. Acheron! Fear not, as a touch of red will be awaiting you at the end of the path. Oh, fuck. He'll guide you and illuminate the way out. By doing so, you'll eventually reunite in the warmth of the sunlight. Wow, that's a surprise. What's this? What in the world are these shadows and voices?
All of this is proof that you once lived. Your soul, your memories, the years you've journeyed through, and the path they revealed, leading you back home. So, continue onward. Do not stop moving forward, and do not let her sacrifice and the support of all who have stood by you be in vain. Over here, friend! Take my hand. Let's go home.
Yeah. Let's go home. Hello again, mortal realm. Let the trailblazing continue. Yeah, I didn't recognize that one either. I'm back.
At last. I knew you could do it. Your soul is still perfectly whole. As if some kind of force is trying its best to keep it together.
Yeah.
Is it Ornyx's final blessing? Or is it a miracle of your own?
We're a bit of a miracle walking.
It's truly incredible. Such a strange surge of familiarity.
Familiarity?
So hard to describe. Perhaps it is fate, once again fulfilling its own design. Or perhaps it is the laws from beyond the sky, so familiar to you, that intertwined our fates long ago.
Huh.
It seems that this is the riddle which cannot be solved anytime soon. The sensation of becoming a demigod is truly wondrous. It's as if the river of souls is winding its way through the depths of my spirit, transforming with each breath into a fine rain that nourishes the world. Do you recall that prophecy? At the end of the sea of flowers, the souls of the living shall warm thy fingertips, and after an embrace, there shall be eternal separation.
Yeah.
I promised you that I would do everything in my power to give it another meaning. Now, as I stand as a demigod, and destiny draws to a close, I can finally end it in a way that is as beautiful as it deserves. The wish I once sought, but could never grasp, is now within reach. In this brand new world, every blooming life will lift its arms in celebration and recount the profound meaning of this very instant. Every touch, every embrace we share will never again be an ice-cold
Never
loss.
an ice-cold loss. They'll be warm.
They will radiate with an intense warmth, sowing love far and wide throughout the land.
Your hands aren't cold, Castris.
The other shore is very cold.
Oh.
May I borrow your warmth? One last time.
Of course.
Thank you for fulfilling this wish of mine. The place I'll be going to is what humans call the Land of Sorrows. But with this heartbeat and the residual heat of this embrace,
oh my God,
I shall turn the Netherrealm into a gentle place of rest.
Holy shit.
This embrace may be brief, but it's the proof that I once lived.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
Farewell, then. May we reunite in the new world.
Yeah. Fuck.
That grand and absurd performance was what you've been seeking your whole life?
I gave up everything in search of truth. And
All
it
right.
culminated in
Mode
this
switch
very
again.
moment. You, on the other hand, performed as I expected.
We've seen the
You
fate,
did not hesitate when you saw the
death
chance
of
to attain
Castris
power.
now. Time to see if Anaxa
As
will
if
follow
you
suit.
crave power, like a fly craves rot.
Those are your words, not mine.
But what you said at the end, did you already know what I had planned for Thainan?
I may have lost an eye, but my vision is clearer than anyone else. You've nearly exhausted your humanity. You're no different from my current state as a walking corpse.
That's true. I've long since burned to ash over the past 1,000 years. Only he is capable of unleashing a raging fire that rivals our final great enemy.
Final great
Aquila.
enemy. Yeah.
So, this is our last chance. How about we let go of the bad blood between us?
Ah. Offering an
May I
olive branch?
resonate with your core flame, Aglaya?
Oh.
Please do.
Interesting.
That's impossible. To persist with your soul thin to such an extent. You're insane.
Just as you fight to lug your corpse onward to complete your unfinished goals, I have my own reasons for doing this.
Okay.
Until Thainan grows into his position as the prophesied leader, I must continue to lead everyone on the flame chase journey. I must keep inching forward, even if only as an empty shell.
All right.
I've long predicted this was the case, but I didn't think you'd already lost so much.
Literally just holding on until Thainan can take over.
How ironic. We would have avoided so many misunderstandings if you and I had just spoken this candidly before.
Wow, okay.
But casting aside our ideological differences, there is one thing you and I agree on.
Thainan.
Yes. He was born to be a hero. He understands the hearts of the people.
He's the main character of
and
Emporius.
I can confidently say he is a far better leader than you. Only he is capable of fulfilling your mission.
In the process of praising one person,
Sadly,
he
is
has to
a
kick
man
someone
cursed
else.
by Nestia. But by my estimates,
Cursed by Nestia?
his horribly elaborate sense of style should not impede Era Nova.
Horribly elaborate sense of style.
Congratulations are in order. We found common ground at the very end of our destined
Oh,
paths.
absolutely.
When you put it that way, it makes me want to take
They are
back
very
what I
similar
said.
in a lot of ways.
Aglaya, we're back.
Ah, we returned.
Come welcome our great hero reborn from the ashes.
We live.
I hope he didn't hear your earlier assessment.
It wouldn't be the first time I criticized him. A man should be aware of his own shortcomings.
Fair. Yeah, he is just Kevin. And let's just hope that he doesn't continue to be like Kevin after a certain point.
I'm glad. But I don't
Yeah.
see Castris among your number.
Yeah.
It looks like she not only helped me prove my theory, but helped you fulfill your mission as well.
I believe she'll always be at our side.
I agree.
She might not have been able to change her fate, but she still wrote the final verse of her epic herself.
Yeah. It was by her own volition.
Dreamin, please recite the prophecy for us. Trailblazer, please surrender that scalding cool flame for us as well. You are the only life she ever saved by her own hand in her 1,000 years on this earth.
Yeah.
I believe no one is more qualified for this noble task.
In 1,000 years of bringing death, we are the one she saved. Let the ceremony begin.
O gods who have returned, and gods who are still watching. Today, we bring you a soul laid bare. The Hand of Shadow, Thanatos, remembered their name from the past. From daylight they came, and to their fragrant dwelling they return, to walk now among your ranks. And there was one who joined hands with the Titan, a traveler risen from the dead, and reborn among mortal kind. She is the everlasting night, and shall now proclaim in her good name, O Majesty of the 12 Titans, pillars of the world. We seek your divinity to mend the rifts of the world. Fill our bodies with blood of gold, till we wither in willing service to the prophecy. Step forward, Trailblazer from beyond the sky, and together with us, surrender the core flame and carve their star into the sky.
All right. Goodbye, Castris.
Constellation for death.
For life and death, to be more precise.
Yeah. It's a pairing.
Look! It's...
Oh, fuck. God damn it. That Castris?
No, it's only a divine echo. I think she's here for the trial.
Yeah.
What did she say?
That's the language of the Titans. Castris... No. The Titan... They said... I have illuminated the cold shadow of death.
Onwards. For your path to the future is bright and its flame eternal. Do not forget.
We won't. We will remember Castris and Polixia.
She made quite a scene.
You're one to talk, Anaxa.
I won't stop you.
Professor, you...
What's with that look? You were present. So, let's get this execution over with. We wouldn't want to bring shame to Akima's divine laws or keep me from creating a new world.
You never change, do you, Professor? I don't understand. If your theory is correct, you'll lose all memories of your past life once you become a Titan. So what's the point of becoming a god?
Of course there's a point. Even if I forget who I am, I'll still have my brilliant
Even if I
mind.
don't remember who I am, I'll still be perfect.
It goes without saying, I'll find a way to retrieve memories of my past life.
Yeah, fair.
Besides, I still have you, don't I?
Oh, wow.
I still don't really understand what you said during the assembly. Even if it were true, things reforged from memory could never be the same as the original anyway.
Then allow me to tell you right now that you're wrong. What exactly are we? My answer is that the Chrysos heirs are the future Titans and vice versa. Of course, this answer only applies to us. So, what are we when it comes to regular mortals?
Yeah,
the
that
very
is certainly
essence
one
of the
thing
world,
to
our
be certain
souls,
about him.
are
He's
tiny
confident.
invisible seeds that hold records of each person's memories of the world. And we are the buds that sprout from these seeds to grow into great trees.
Okay.
Is that what new sporism means?
Correct. Once our physical bodies are born, we become new extensions of the world. From there, we plant our seeds into someone's memories.
Yeah, that's basically
and then
what he's
scatter
saying.
them into the hearts of countless people in the future.
Literally just saying, but I'm better.
Just as seeds are affected by their environment, so too will our appearances differ across memories. But the partial memories we carry will always be the same, because that is just how the world is. To destroy our very existence, one must destroy the world itself. But we have someone who will still live on with his perfect memory. That person is you, child of Kefali. This is what it means to be the world-bearing Titan.
So we've more officially stated Finon's
carry everything of this world and live on.
He is in fact
Don't disappoint
built differently,
those
is what
most
he is
precious
saying.
to you. Don't disappoint Lady Goldweaver. And especially, don't bring dishonor to my theory.
Anaxa, I swear to you, I'll lead everyone to our reunion in the new world.
Good. That is all I have to say. Farewell, everyone. May we meet again in the next life.
All right.
Farewell, great performer. May Circes safeguard your thoughts.
Salute him in the same way. May Circes safeguard your thoughts.
Are you satisfied, honorable Titan?
Very. I hereby swear I have borne witness. Anaxagoras of the New
Oh, I guess that
Sporists
makes
and the
things simple.
Grove of Epiphany has successfully overcome the trial of reason. Thus, I shall confer upon you these words. You shall transcend the peaks of purity and return to corruption and hardship.
Okay.
Oh, so that's a god's prophecy. It sounds like you just rephrased my past, present, and future.
Oh my god.
Oh, Circes,
Yeah, the story's been
Circes.
great so far. Good to see you, even
Is
if
that
it's
all
just at
you've
the
got?
end.
Well, you've already transcended the peaks of purity, and you were never the type to give me any leeway.
Yeah.
That is true.
But I do still have one question.
I knew it. What is it? Maybe we're thinking of the same thing.
As you've so boldly stated, we and the world itself live on through the memories of others.
Yeah?
If that is the case, whose memories did the very first new spore sprout from?
Fair point. Good question.
How should I know?
Oh my.
Rather amused, are you, Circes?
But Since we are both equally curious, we should allow the children of humanity who come after us to investigate in our stead.
Wow. Actually passing on the torch. There he goes. Smiling till the end.
Xerxes.
Interesting music.
Sow the seeds of suspicion.
Yo.
World with your soul!
Oh my god!
And now,
then he fades away.
The objective is complete.
And he goes laughing. Oh my god! The fucking guy! The man!
Thankfully,
whoa, we're
she's
going
still
back here.
alive.
Okay. Now that
Was March
the
7th
main characters
also
have died,
in this
it's time to
condition
return
when
here.
she was first rescued by the Express.
Yeah, he is in fact the goat. Oh, wait. She wasn't talking. Oh, boy. Okay. So, Anax is dead, and he went laughing. Holy shit, okay. Anyways, back to this now. I did know through, like, the one thing I had spoiled was that there was going to be some content related to the Express, but I don't know anything of what actually happens, so let's get to this. His ego will never die. Her condition was very similar. It's just that at that time, the Express did not have a memo keeper who could diagnose her condition.
But she still woke up naturally. Looking on the bright side, that might happen this time as well.
Hopefully. When March awakened from the ice, her memories were completely wiped clean. I want to prepare for the worst and prevent something like that from happening again. Can you share with us your hypothesis?
I do not have conclusive evidence.
An accident
but
appearing in the
judging
netherworld
by
would be
her
so
current
funny.
condition. Perhaps March 7th's memories have been hijacked.
Hijacked? By who?
Think about it, Miss Himiko. What will happen when someone loses their ability to remember?
Loses their ability? Remember, I'm not a biologist, but I hear that there's a species of fish on Vonwalk that has the memory span of less than a second. It forgets anything that occurs in the very next instant. Perhaps something similar will happen?
Unfortunately, short-term memory is an entirely different concept from the inability to remember.
A complete lack
Perhaps it is
capacity
difficult
to
for you
remember
to
is different
imagine.
than just short term.
But an individual who has lost their ability to remember turns into nothingness.
Yeah. Nothingness?
The belief of the
Vaguely
Gardens
speaks
that
ReZero gluttony
everything
to
in
me.
this universe can be interpreted through memories. This is the driving force behind the continuance of this path. The past is made up of memoria, while the future is a possibility that will eventually be converted to memoria.
All right.
But the present, it doesn't really exist. And it's only an abstract expression.
It's that moment when
Therefore,
when
when
the
a person
future
is
becomes the
affected
past.
by the path and loses their ability to remember, their physical form will also be affected. These ice crystals are a manifestation of that.
All right. Miss Black Swan, there is one thing that I haven't looked into deeply until now. You've guided us to Amphorius, but refused to tell us your true intentions. Collecting memories is simply not a convincing answer.
Is Miss Himiko suspicious of me?
Perhaps. I mean no offense, I'm merely speculating. But I'd appreciate your honesty, if possible.
In other words, now is the time for me to prove my innocence. That's not
Quite
a
possibly.
problem, of course. The true reason behind my intentions is that Amphorius holds special significance.
Yeah.
For some memo keepers of the garden with extremist views, it
Extremist
is
views.
a perfect example.
Curious what that means. Perfect
A
example?
world that can only be seen through the garden's mirror means that memo keepers have the right to keep the world in their private collection. If those Pathstriders of Remembrance were to uncover the secrets of Amphorius first, they might unleash their wild ambitions and remodel more worlds into a similar form.
Yeah, okay. So, the reason you did everything you could to convince the Express to come to this star zone is just to uncover the secrets and foil the plans of these people? Huh.
I chose to remain quiet before, because I did not want to involve you in the Garden's internal conflicts.
Fair. Remodeling a world is no easy feat. These extremists likely aren't just simple Pathstriders. Do they wield the powers of Emanators? That would be concerning.
You can be even bolder with your guesses. The people that I'm talking about, they aren't just individuals. They are an organization that has already attached itself to the pinky finger of Fu Li.
Oh. Could they be the ones who hijacked Mart 7's memories?
I cannot be certain, but at
yeah,
the very
this is taking an
least,
interesting
they're capable
turn.
of doing so. I am deeply sorry about what has happened to March 7th, but the deal that I propose still remains a fair one. Amphorius is still an excellent destination, and investigating further might allow us to uncover the truth behind the accident. Miss Himiko, the wisest choice right now is for us to continue cooperating.
What? Did something happen?
Let me take back a part of what I said just now, Miss Himiko.
Uh-oh.
Although we indeed struck a deal, it seems like I have involved you in some unforeseen danger. Please accept my deepest apologies.
What made her change her mind? Has something changed?
It's Fu Li. Their gaze has just swept across Amphorius.
Okay. Erda POV.
Oh, how interesting. I never expected a mere memo snatcher to be actually hiding so much inside her head.
Right, she imprisoned a memo snatcher. I forgot about
even
that.
more interesting is that the word Amphorius has appeared in her subconscious.
This lady seems to be having fun. Is she usually like this?
It's hard to explain.
What are you two whispering about? Has it not occurred to you that I can hear everything clearly?
Please pardon me, Madam Herta. Would you mind sharing with us what you've discovered?
The ones who need help are the Astral Express. You will have to put up with my methods, even if they are rather unconventional.
All right, fair.
Let's get back to the topic. By using the fourth mirror, I rummaged through the brain of this memo snatcher and learned a good deal.
Okay.
Not only does this person know of Amphorius, but there are also many memo keepers who are interested in the place.
This is not an expected turn for me. I'm vibing with it, though.
I searched through her consciousness and found the following terms: the Eternal Land, the Rejected Land, and the private collection of the Garden of Recollection.
It seems like Miss Black Swan is indeed hiding some things from us.
Since I'm not able to find any useful clues from the outside, why don't I personally visit this mysterious Amphorius?
Herta coming herself to Amphorius.
Planning to head to Amphorius yourself?
Yes, but not in the flesh like you all foolishly did. See these Herta mirrors? With them, I can project my data spirit entity to any corner of the cosmos through spatial warps, without even needing to leave my room.
Another form of her being able to
But
extend
of
her
course, these
consciousness.
corners of the cosmos, Must be within the coverage zone of inter-astral peace communications. After all, this is collaborative technology.
Okay, so it has a limit.
I see. You do seem like the more indoor type.
Yeah, sure.
Although that star zone is not within the network of the IPC, the Express itself can serve as a signal station. Come, give me the astral chart coordinates.
Okay.
Then, sit back and enjoy the show.
Alright, I'll do just that. Vault shares the Astral Express's coordinates with the Herda. Yeah, God.
Alright, now that everything is
Tragic
ready...
that Anaxa died right
Mirrors?
before Herda
Get to work.
leaves to go there. Maybe it would have been too much.
First mirror, input the coordinates. You'll be in charge of the spatial warp.
Yeah, we need that snark back.
As you command, Madam Herda.
We can't go a full version without that snark.
I wish you a pleasant journey ahead.
Alright.
Second mirror, prepare for the thought refraction. There's still some distance from the Astral Express to the Emphoria's celestial body. You're in charge of sending me over. This time, raise the power to the maximum. Don't be stingy.
Oh, okay. I won't fail the mission, Madam Herda.
Thank you for letting me know about that, actually. I would have missed that otherwise. I sometimes tunnel vision in these moments.
Companions are the lifeblood of the Astral Express. When things are settled, we will repay you for all your help.
Alright.
Well, this young man sure is courteous.
Young man. Sure, young man. That's what we'll call
Madam,
him.
Watching you work has been an enlightening experience for me. It's hard to imagine that an outstanding scholar like you could maintain such a relaxed manner most of the time. Your calm and collected nature is truly a trait that I should learn.
This brat. Why does everything that comes out of his mouth sound so snarky?
Ah, yes. The snark is coming from him, definitely. Absolutely, that's where the snark is coming from.
Third mirror, you're in charge of
God, that's
generating
fun.
the data spirit entity.
Yeah, no, just fun, which I appreciate.
I'm happy to help, Madam.
It's a good thing to gain the, like, practice of.
What kind of appearance are you planning to use this time?
Good question. Let me think.
Customizing
Forget
her
it.
appearance.
Just use my own appearance. There's no one there that'll recognize me anyway.
So it's possible she's projected herself all kinds of places and just been in different appearances. Huh. Concerning. And back to 1. Alright.
Preparation of the data spirit entity complete. Thought refraction at max power. Excellent. The first mirror. Let's get going.
Have a safe trip, Madam Herta.
May your journey yield good results.
Alright.
Coordinates input complete. Preparing to activate spatial warp. Destination.
True.
Unknown
That's Sparkle's
celestial
deal.
body.
And a little bit of Sampo. Well, no,
Spatial
Sampo was
warp countdown.
what Sparkle
5,
decides right. Self-fans. Never mind. Yeah.
3,
Just Sparkle
2,
is doing that shit.
1. Warp activated.
Oh! So that's Emphorius? Its appearance is, well, sure is unique.
I'd say so. It's not really a planet.
Second mirror. Prepare for thought refraction. It's time to send me in.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, please read the safety protocols carefully.
Can't you hurry up?
Yes, ma'am.
I didn't expect it to be so turbulent.
Oh.
I should have asked the second mirror to use
What?
slightly less power.
What is the Flame Reaver doing here?
What a magnificent sight!
Huh.
Is this the entrance to Emphorius? Let's see. Perhaps I'll be able to find a way in.
Wild. Huh.
What's this? A statue? It's ugly. I don't like it.
Tell us your real thoughts. What?
What's this? How creepy.
Oh,
it moves? Who are you trying to scare?
interesting.
Oh, I finally found your traces.
Okay.
How esteemed must you be for the great Herda to come out personally? When we return, get ready to become free labor for the simulated universe for the rest of your life.
Oh no!
It's either a projection or a fake. There doesn't seem to be much to take note of. Now then, how am I going to get into Amphorius?
Interesting that none of those are lit up in this state.
My deepest apologies, esteemed lady. I'm afraid that you cannot proceed further.
Okay, why is he here and can see her?
Who's there?
Your visit, although not part of my calculations, is a pleasant surprise. It's a pity that the preparations are not yet in place to receive you with the hospitality that someone of your status
You can tell how important she is?
Are you not going to answer my question? Who are you?
I have many identities.
Many identities.
And I'm going to have even more in the future.
I knew not to trust this guy.
But if you just need a form of address, you can use my common alias. Lycurgus. Lygus.
Is this one of the extremist memo keepers, maybe?
Think that I'm just asking for a name.
Oh, they did such a good job of making him not trustworthy.
Regrettably, I do not have the authority to share more information. However, standards are always flexible, while not violating the ultimate agreement.
Yeah, he feels like an outsider.
I'm able to disclose this piece of information. As you thought, this is the entrance to Amphorius. Now, please, kindly turn back. Amphorius is not a world that you should be involved with, regardless of what kind of magnificent achievements you have accomplished.
Yeah, the extremist group
this
of,
place will not open its doors
Garden of
so
Recollection
easily.
people.
You seem
I
to
think that
understand
has to
me
be the
very
group he's
well.
part of.
Then you should know that I have no reason to listen to you.
Your reaction is completely within my calculations. Despite my long years as a watcher, it seems like my assessment of human nature still remains accurate. From you, I'm able to sense a beautiful desire for knowledge.
Yep, that about describes her.
But my answer remains unchanged. Madam, it is with the utmost goodwill that I suggest you return to where you came from.
Let's assume for a second that I'm not so well-mannered, and that I insist on uncovering the secrets hidden behind you, Mr. Lygus. How do you plan to dispel this notion of mine?
Purely hypothetically.
Within the scope of the Ultimate Agreement,
Ultimate
there
Agreement.
are 178,244 logic chains at my disposal to convince you. After filtering through them, I have determined that I only require 3 to attain the results that I
What
desire.
could convince Herda to give up on something she's trying to do?
I'm all ears.
First, for reasons that cannot be disclosed, Amphorius is a completely isolated celestial body. Apart from me, no one else will be able
Here
to
are all
help
of the
you
ways that I can
enter.
convince you.
That's not a good argument.
Second, if your plan is As you've alluded to previously, to force me into cooperating by showing hostility.
I mean, if he is effectively the leader of this group who is on the finger of Fuli, he might have that capacity.
In the gaze of the erudition.
Bask in the gaze of erudition.
And assure you that, in the worst case scenario, our mutual destruction will be inevitable.
Okay.
Oh? No wonder I couldn't find a back door. When I did a scan of our surroundings, the safety protocols on you are comparable to Skrull's.
Oh, comparable to
How interesting.
I assume that you still wish to hear the third logic chain.
What genius is he?
Of course. Why wouldn't I?
Third, even if you exhaust all your means and find a way to break through, you will surely give up once you understand the consequences of your actions. After all, throughout your long life, as much as you would hate to
I'm liking all of this info we're getting.
Your conscience has played a crucial role.
What a brazen robot. You think that you can actually understand me through your paltry calculations? But since you put it that way, why don't you tell me what these consequences will be?
It concerns the third path that is entangled with Amphoris. A path that you and your friends still
Do we get the answer of which one it is?
Understanding of. The destruction.
Okay, it's destruction.
So,
that was one of the ones I was expecting. It was either that or finality, I felt like.
In your ways. You will break the shackles of a Lord Ravager.
A Lord Ravager. Okay.
And when that happens, their fury will engulf the cosmos.
Yeah, this expands the plot a lot. And that's where it ends. Holy shit, okay. I'm a big fan of that. Now we have some nameless recollection to finish out. Okay, let's finish that out. I'm a big fan of that ending. Before we continue, I just gotta say, pacing of this version, drastically better than the first two. Everything worked pretty damn seamlessly. We still technically have this little bit sort of just stapled onto the end that was separate from everything else, but it served well to set up the future grander plotline, as well as the fact that it didn't overstay its welcome. It was nice, short, sweet, simple, worked well. Jesus Christ, we have a few. Alright, let's start with Cypher. Alright. Flying Cat's travel log. A thief tells a few stories.
The first story is titled The Golden Apple. It doesn't have to go to the fairest.
The city is named Paphos, where the golden light of Monestia shines. The golden apple tree sits in the city's middle. Only the fairest can pluck its apples. The beauty pageant begins on time, as the fair ones stretch their supple arms, trying to pluck the fruits above their heads. Yet every time the apples come within reach, a breeze blows the fruit away without trace. The audience in displeasure disbands, with only one girl left standing there, her features bland. Yet to her surprise, she finds her arm full of golden fruits, a harvest grand. I see.
The second story is titled Trying to Argue? Don't trick yourself, please.
The city is named Idylia, where Circe's roots bury deep and wide. The sophist scholar holds a tortoise aloft, but his theories, common sense bereft.
Even the best athlete could never catch up to this turtle.
None can overturn him in arguments, and he obtains the champion's crown in merriment. Yet as he is about to leave, a wind blows the tortoise in front of him, and behold, his paradox becomes truth. To catch up to the turtle, an entire day and night he spends. The fucking wind.
The third story
The greatest
I will
trickster
tell
of
is
them all, it
titled
would seem.
A competition in trickery. Who do you think is the Grandmaster?
Yeah, the fact that it seems like almost the three Aeons, or at the very least, major players in their factions, are literally fighting over the planet is insane. I love it. That city is named Dolos, where even Zagreus was once tricked. The king promised the perfect lie, wishing to recreate the deceit of the Titan, his grand feat.
I think the world is a gourd.
In truth, we are all already dead.
The liars take their turns in the challenge, but no one pleases the king. With a gust of wind, the girl emerges before the king's face. And when she leaves, she already has the king's promised gold in a pouch. The others are curious as to what lie
Zagreus
she
can
raised.
only tell lies. And I am Zagreus.
Ah, fun.
The fourth story is called You Like Money. Good. But you must pay the price.
Yeah, that is the question. The city is called Mythemis, where the sea breeze intoxicates the people with delight. A wealthy penny pincher
Please
prays to the
give
Titan.
me the power to turn anything into gold.
Oh, that's a certain monkey paw, if I've ever seen it. Let's see how the finger curls. With a breeze, the rock in his hand turns to gold, but his joy is fleeting to behold. For with one embrace, his wife turns into coins, scattered on the soil. Yep, there's the monkey's paw. He howls at Fagusa to retract the blessing, but sees a girl in a hood in passing. The girl laughs hilariously, holding his hand in
Go
hers.
back and check your vault. Some gold may be missing. There, waiting.
Insane behavior.
Cyphera, you took another long journey.
Yeah.
We want to hear
Given that, I feel like it makes a lot of sense that it's destruction. Just the golden blood and everything. I always felt like it could just be a coincidence, but feels odd if it would have been, so I'm happy that it isn't. The girl with the hood dangles her feet in the bath, as 2 coins dance and fly between her fingers.
Basically, I visited 4 places, tricked them to my heart's content, and came back fully rewarded.
The girl pauses her words and looks out the window, as the light above the Titan's shoulder casts her right cheek aglow.
The dawn will never cease, and the thief star wanders in foreign lands. How would you know that I am not lying right now?
Nice. Alright. Cypher's story begins. I think let's go with Aglaia next. Elegy of Beauty and Ugliness. In the past, when strife swallowed the earth and schemes disrupted the hearts of friends, the maiden who was yet a weaver was wrapped in a cocoon most grand, untouched by the storms sweeping through the land. She spent her youth in a palace of romance, surrounded by treasures, with even maids beautiful beyond belief, often bathing in the praise and admiration of wealthy nobles. Yeah, Cypher's a really solid. I really like Cypher. I can't wait to see more of her. Till warfare set the threads aflame, and the devoutly praying priests was slaughtered before the altar. The family adored by all perished before their courtyards, and the blood of her maidservants dyed her golden mantle red. The golden threads covering her eyes snapped, and the concealed truth finally appeared firsthand.
Before a strong wind, a weak nobility cannot stand.
Yeah, fair. In the long, endless war, the Gold Weaver family was shattered by the sword, and the legacy of romance became a tragedy. Yeah, no, we have drip marking for her. There's even leaks of her kit so far, and but that's what makes me excited for next version, because that we know then that next version is going to be when we get a lot of highlight on her, and I'm excited to see what that looks like. She had a broken mansion and an empty house. The nobles who once loved her, none now willing to help her. All the romance, talent, peerage, and beauty. What use are they in a disaster? As she closed her eyes in melancholy, the maidservant pushed a broken loom
Miss,
to her earnestly.
would you like to pick up the shuttle again and weave for me?
The young miss wanted to laugh, but could only respond with shock, as the maid's face was now covered in scars, as she fought to protect her mistress's safety.
Though I can no longer see, I still want to don the garments you weave.
Wow, okay. Yeah, the main thing I can see from her is she clearly fears her own fate of death. I'm just gonna be curious to see what the rest of her deal is. Yeah. Good to have you for pretty much the entire stream. Been good chatting and just sort of hanging out. Hope to see you in the future. And yet, when she heard this, the desire to weave overcame her fears. Therefore, in the broken shadows of a house, the loom of romance moved once more. The garments were exchanged for copious gold, buying back her renown of old. Yet beside this mistress most noble, there was always a blind maid in tow, dressed in luxuries unfitting. As the weaver attends banquets, the praises of her youth return.
Majestic lady must be Nestia in the flesh.
But harsh words
Mistress's
also
beauty
joined.
is quite reduced by a maidservant, so unsightly.
Beauty and ugliness. The title of the chapter. The maidservant apologized in embarrassment, lowering her head.
My mistress, I have brought you shame.
Yet her mistress brought her to the middle of the ball, having her garbed in the latest dress, as the model. She now knew that praises and ridicule were both untrue, and that romance cared not for beauty of the face. The golden thread of gods exists only within. She is no longer that helpless girl. She always carries the god's authority and walks the hero's route. But she still cannot hold back the calamity of strife. The unsightly maidservant blocked the dagger aimed at the mistress's soul, and blood once again dyed red something she wove. That was the last time in her life. The maid's face she clearly beheld. When sewing the death shroud, she could not control how her fingers shook, often pricked by the needle sharp and acute. Thus that pristine white cloth wept with tears of blood and gloom. And when the day of the funeral came, she saw the commoners' endless graves, and the nobles dressed in silk frolicking in the groves. The sadness overwhelmed her in droves. In this the destiny unleashed, for their act of chasing God's core flames. She kneels before the divine statues and prays to Menestia in romance, to look at these garments soaked in blood from the flames of war.
Why are those that appear so fair in fact ugly in truth? Why do faces unsightly contain souls cut from noble cloth?
Very deep question.
Why can the blind see the light? And why do those with eyes only see night?
dying god remains silent.
If you no longer have the power to see, then with my destiny,
She grasps the burning core flame.
I'll exchange for eyes that can see everything.
Okay. Warm liquid flows from her eyes that now see all. In that instance, she is sure that she saw the manifestation of beauty. Interesting. And yet one chapter remains? Question mark? Huh. Yeah. There's so much about Aglaya I find really interesting. She is far from simple. Let's do my day next. Leave the two who have died to the last. Ascension of the Lone God Slayer.
To die for glory is not eternal sleep.
Quite possibly.
The world after death is superior to reality and basks in light.
This is a lie all Castrum Kremnos keeps. But such vague poems the Crown Prince would not easily believe.
Cowards who dare not to look death in the eye.
He declared thus on the day he returned from the stream of souls.
Longing for a martyr's heaven and reciting self-deceiving stories.
His words are sacrilege reincarnate, more arrogant than his blood and family.
True warriors should treat that paradise with spite.
I like the phrasing of sacrilege reincarnate rather than incarnate. Just sort of fun. Many followers thus stop, no longer following his steps, for they feel this young man's words, compared to poems, are even more absurd. A body immortal equals not perfection. The man braved dangers endless, simply to seek his weakness. In his greener days, with more amateur skills, in crises where death denied him even after kills, he learned why curse is a synonym for blessing, for he saw that visage of terror at life's closing. Interesting, the synonymous nature of curse and blessing when that's something that was brought up a lot with Castris. Interesting touch. Yeah, I'm very happy with what they've been doing with the actual letting people die. I'm very happy with it. The man seems unmoved when this past is mentioned, having braved death 9 times. He who was once lacking now excels above everyone else, still rising. Yet, when asked if he's still as ticklish as he was as a child, he does not answer. There was even one point where it said blessing but had the upper text of curse. So, yeah. It's a wild tale he won't care to opine. It's said that Castrum Kremnos has secrets divine, through which the king's power has passed, a one-man army by strength in their bloodline.
Therefore, a traitor who does not inherit the throne is a king most infirm.
As the protagonist hears these words, he refutes not, but openly responds.
These are not rumors unfound. But will they matter if my deeds eclipse those of all other kings, achieving glory beyond?
Never turning back in war, he seizes all our glory.
That rumor is the war camp of fury, but in the war camp of fury, often casts a shadow on the man's heart, indestructible and fiery. Yeah, no, it helps keep character bloat down very well. When campaigns become mired in terror, he sends his army to places safe and secure. Yet alone he goes to fight, knowing death can touch him never. The Kremnoan detachment who follow him in livery all die in bed, devoid of glory. They have their share of grudges upon death, but the man has no regret, none necessary.
Your glory lies not in death, but in my hands.
Okay. The dust settles and strife calms. A deathly quiet covers his father's realm, and the man alone returns home. A question seems to sound from shadows of the past around.
Did you already walk that flame-chasing road, O King?
Atop the throne, a man mutters alone.
There's nothing else worthy of the hunt, for I am the blazing fire at the journey's end.
As it has been foretold, he killed the king to become a king, and killed the god to become a god. His eternal destiny is to be crowned in blood. Okay, that's a fate he could not escape. And now to the two who are gone. Let's start with Anaxa. How many chapters do we get? Only one. Expose the divine.
Do not make him your enemy, even though he may seem frail and weak.
Even if he's a feeble scholar, don't make him your enemy. When a valiant warrior from afar assaulted the grove, he shattered their strength with only his eyes and pointing stick. He sent them running, pride cut to the quick.
He may seem cold and unkind, but he sees through human emotions with just a peek.
A student was troubled by love's trials and aches. With one sentence, he guided them away from heartbreak, letting destiny's strands weave a path to love and happiness shape.
All is science, and human wisdom knows no bounds. Both martial prowess and emotions are knowledge that can be found.
He really did steal the show so much. He firmly believes that all things can be deciphered, barred by those who peek, but bared to those who peek. Those that cannot be solved are not mysteries infinite, but only questions waiting to be answered, not obstacles bleak. Truly the great performer, lives up to his title. For those who only protect themselves, the world cannot see their intentions. In sorrowful parting hours, the scholar refuses trifle matters. Isolated in the corner of his library, he fiddles with instruments of crafters. Colleagues suspect him of creating new blasphemies, while students believe him to be making new miracles of mastery. The curious ones gaze through the window beholds, seeing a small wooden bird on the table, wobbling in comfort, swaying in the scholar's hand, an endearing cohort. I ask him, seeking his motive for this effort, but the scholar, usually so quick to retort, refuses to answer, seemingly coming up short. Creatures that through his hands pass, all change their functions, invoking wonder peerless. He once removed his hat, as others witnessed, then walked on the hat over water with success. They also saw him light a flare, fearless, instead creating chilling cold air not so harmless. The bird was once a toy, and now his messenger, or perhaps still a toy. That is the magic trick of his success, and one of his teachings that he will profess.
Nothing in this world is ever born fixed.
Interesting. The far-seeing must be far in thought. His teachings are like prophetic delight, yet he opposes prophecies with all his might. It's a time he refrains from looking back on, traveling all lands, chasing prophecies, trying to prove the priest's words were not unchangeable foresight. Countless times he exhausted his crafty sleights, wanting to rescue the doomed and resurrect whites, wanting to shame the prophesized heroes of magic and might, wanting to sway promised villains to a course more upright. Perhaps fate could not guess his goals, but it could trample over his plans overnight. At the end, all his challenges flicker out, but he persists still in endless plight. His ambitions are too lofty, and so failure follows him never too softly. Through moments of defeat, felt increasingly common, the scholar learned one thing he has never forgotten. Yeah, that actually was a very solid, parallel that is fairly understated, all things considered. But I like it a lot. Respond to defeat with a smile haughty. Not from optimism, nor from a defeat of the heart.
Misfortune's severity.
The laughter oozes with self-mockery, but is also full of a different emotion.
If this road is easy to walk, then future generations will not praise
oh my God!
Name in piety.
Says his ambition. I must walk a difficult path so that I may be remembered. Oh my God, this guy. This fucking insane man. Oh, what a way to go out. Alright, Casterus, what do you have for us? With a heart unwithered. To the dead, when she bids farewell, she casts the slate into the fire, an act futile. I have never heard of lands with such customs. Oh, he actually is a very interesting foil to Sunday in a weird way, yeah, huh? At this time, something drizzles down the slate, full of colors, seemingly tears for the Reaper of chills. It turns out the slate is inscribed with poems, and every phrase is diligently colored with skill. My words begin to fail me at the end here.
Before people pass away, I write down these poems.
That is the limit of the girl's answer, and she only responds with silence for requests to read these poems. As time goes, she finally opens her petal-veiled heart, and the reason behind her reluctance to show her work is finally clear.
My poems are still too green. Not worthy to be art.
That may not be the case. Art does not need to be anything in particular. It stems from the girl's shame and discomfort. It seems the girl once also loved to imagine with effort, and many wild tales were written on her part. A misunderstanding was what made her cease this art. It was a pair of arch-nemeses who gained fame in the war. One of them burst into laughter after reading the girl's poetic words.
He and I clearly wish to kill and tear each other apart. But in your eyes, you think we are close, unable to part.
What's a better romance than two people who want to kill each other? Yeah, huh. She did not write poetry as a pastime. It is said that she left great works under hundreds of names. In different times, she even criticized her previous beliefs, making her identity even harder to assume. I still found her weakness, after many twists and turns. No matter how fickle her thoughts, she never lost faith in those words regarding the value of fragile mortal lives. Yeah, no, as someone who has done various kinds of art and attempted various kinds of art, I can certainly resonate with her feelings on that. Exactly, it all comes down to that competition. God. She is heartbreaking and enchanting. She is the fingertips of death, and the ghost of love and poetry. I think that encompasses her storyline, her arc, perfectly. She is heartbreaking and enchanting. That is a perfect way of putting it. However, those poems have brought her many complaints. The poems that her hands composed all lack an ending of any kind, and the Maid of Death has no desire to continue them.
This is truly difficult to write.
The girl excuses herself.
My duty is to lead the living to the end. I cannot think of a fitting end for a poem to the dead.
Yeah. Understandable. Such is the epitome of lies. One who's grown used to death remains inexperienced with farewells. Therefore, I extend her an invitation. In this story belonging to herself, she can leave an ending reserved only for her.
What she brings is not only death.
She thus replied when we first met. And when we meet once again for the last time, she again deliberates over this closing statement.
Apart from death, there is something else that is worth remembering.
Yeah. Yeah, she is ensuring not just death, but rebirth, new life. That is the journey she walked. Heartbreaking, yet enchanting. Interesting. I can't help but find it interesting that both Anaxa and Castris have died after 3 chapters. It feels incomplete for us to not reach these endpoints. It makes me curious to see if we maybe will still continue to get more on them. I suppose we shall see. Cass. Only at the very end did I realize she was nothing like the rumors. I'm really curious. Is everyone like this? Having a side that no one else sees? Sylvan the same? I too have quite a few different sides. That's not quite the same. I'm not sure how to explain it, but maybe I'm talking about a true me? But right now, I'm not really in the mood to dig too deep. Cass's story is stepping into the next chapter, and I can't quite explain how I feel. It's like sadness, but also like some strange sense of relief. That is a good way to put it. It's sad to see Cass go. It's sad to see her leave, but it is a relief to see that she is happy, that she has welcomed this, that she is not sad. It's bittersweet, but a relief nonetheless. If someone were to ask about us, how should we tell her story? Her embrace was just as warm as anyone else's. Yeah. Acceptance, I think, is the word for where she ended. If you say that, Sylvan, then that's a trustworthy statement. I'd love a hug from her, too. In future stories, Sylvan doesn't have to go out of their way to avoid any endings for my sake, okay? Even though every story has an ending, I still wish everything could start over again. Yeah. She is doing a good job of talking for us, in that case. Oh, wow. I love this story. This patch especially was absolutely amazing. I love how they actually committed to the death flags. They actually committed to, even if in the case of Castris it's a little complicated, it's not necessarily a conventional death. They committed to ending the character stories, which I very much appreciate. Endings are important. It's very important for characters and stories to have a conclusion. And so, though it is at times sad to see them go, it's exactly what I hoped for. And then there's Anaxa. That fucking asshole. He went out with a smile on his face, laughing to the skies, saying, "I'm better than you." And I love that. Yeah. No, the pace has been amazing so far. The slower pace, the more fleshed out story has been amazing. Whenever I saw after 3.0 or 3.1 anyone complaining about the story, my only thought was, how can we judge the story yet when we have not even gone through a quarter of it? And this is where we begin to see that payoff, I think. This is where we see the first proper payoffs to a lot of story. And we're still in the first half, and I'm really excited to see how it continues to build. Because we have our first signs of where the grander scale may be going. And that is very exciting. But yeah. I'm very excited to see where things go, how quickly these bigger elements that Herta is beginning to get involved in will appear. Because we still have a lot to deal with on our end, but probably Herta and the others are going to get involved pretty soon, probably after or near the end of next version's story, given that we'll presumably be dealing with Aquila then and be able to make contact again. But yeah. But just to give a final sort of consideration of Anaxa, because I feel like that's the last thing I really want to acknowledge before popping off as we sort of wind down. Yeah, no, I absolutely agree that they're doing a good job of building up Finon, people acknowledging his, like, merit, his talent, his capacity to lead, to be that shining beacon. It's very exciting to see where he will lead, because it potentially could be very inspiring, or very tragic, or then one into the other, and I'm excited to see what form that takes. But on Anaxa, he is great. He performed in the story far better than I ever could have anticipated. Yeah, given how good he was in the story, it makes me so tempted to pull for him. I might have to throw some pulls his way. Oh yeah, no, I'm so anxious for Finon. I am so anxious for his future. I feel like they're inevitably setting him up to be the last one standing. And really, I think the question just becomes, what will his conclusion be? I think his path is set in stone. His fate to be the last one standing is there. But what he does with that is to be determined, I think. But yeah. But yeah, to finish the thought on Anaxa, though, because I keep ping-ponging around, I love how confident he was. I love how much of a persistent, just cocky asshole he was to everyone, thinking that he was just always right, always confident in himself, literally laughing his way out of his own death, saying, in the next life, I will win. I will be better than you. I will achieve things no one else has because I am just built different. And I love that. He was consistent and honest to the end. And I love that. But yeah. There's a lot to look forward to going forward into the story. Yeah, he was correct in his theory. He was never not correct. That's the thing. No matter how much of an asshole he might have been to people, he was always right. He was always one step ahead. He was always the one in the know. So you cannot deny his results. And I love that. I love that they made him so much just of a petty little cocky guy who is there for the spotlight. It's so good. But yeah, they've done such good work with the characters so far, and I hope that they can carry it through to the end. I hope this is a sign for the future, and that we will continue to have story like this for a long while. I hope this becomes the pattern rather than the exception, because I love this kind of long-form storytelling. Yeah. Huh. Just looking up at what core flames we have, there really are only 2 left, and we know where they are. One's in the skies, and one is, well, in the hands of our opposition. We shall see how that goes, though. It is entirely possible that we end next version with all of the core flames, depending on how quickly things move. And with that, we then move into the bigger scale. But I'm very curious to see how that'll go. Because if that's the case, if that is the pace that we have, we will have completed at least what we currently understand the Flame Chase journey to be halfway through the story. And that is insane, to think that there is an entire equally long half to explore. And I'm very curious to see what characters will be around for that. And yeah. Yeah, no, that is, I feel like, the one sort of oddity so far is our current status. We are now alive, and technically should be the demigod of time now, I think. But we haven't really touched on that. I assume that will come up next patch. I feel like there's no way that can't be acknowledged. But who's to say? We'll see. But yeah. Yeah, no, the pacing for this one was perfect, I'd say, compared to the previous ones. It's really what I wanted, because, as I've mentioned, I was worried going into it that either Castris or Anaxa, more so I was worried that would be Anaxa, would just sort of be a stapled-on storyline to the main plot that would follow the other character more predominantly. Because we've had similar things happen in the last 2 versions, but they very well avoided that by both plot and themes-wise having Anaxa and Castris' stories very well intertwined. And I really appreciate that. It worked really well. There were far less points where I at all felt like it was dragging. I don't really think there was any point where I would consider that the case. And I hope they keep with that. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right on that front. They did everyone justice. Our role in things was great. Castris and Anaxa were amazing in the spotlight. Aglaya and Phynon had some really good moments. Phynon's speech was really solid. Maide had a really interesting, albeit brief, period here. Cypher had an amazing introduction. She is clearly going to be a favorite of mine and a lot of other people's, and I'm really, really excited for her in the future. I'd say, realistically, Hyacine is the character who got, like, the least this version, but even then, she had a part to play. They're using their cast incredibly well. Nobody felt unimportant, I think, in this version. And everyone had a moment of sorts. Oh yeah, he is the embodiment of metal. But yeah. With that, I'm just leaving here satisfied. Oh yeah, no, actually, that is a very good point. Though she did not have a ton that she actually did in this version, Hyacine's impersonations were really fucking cute and really endearing, and I love that. That was a great character moment. Thank you for reminding me of that, because I had sort of forgotten. Yeah, no, everyone was used very well for the story, both narratively, plot-wise, and thematically. There was very little bloat and very little lost, with really the only thing I feel like could have maybe been more acknowledged being our status as potentially a demigod. Because I feel like that is something that we need to explore more, but I'm willing to give the benefit of the doubt that that will be explored just later. That is a fair point. She did break into his office. Yeah, oh god. This has to be probably one of my favorite versions story-wise in a long while. I've enjoyed the last two versions a lot, but they had their issues. And I enjoyed a lot of Penacony as well as the, like, Hule storyline. But those also weren't anywhere near perfect. They had their flaws. This is really one of the few pieces of story that, like, I have... But Belobog as a storyline was really, really, really good. It was an amazing moments where it wasn't perfect. Where... I'm not saying this about the entire Amphoria storyline, because the previous two parts have their issues. Though I wouldn't necessarily go as far as saying that this part of the story is better than any other part of the story in Star Rail, I would say it is one of the more well-written ones from just a, like, level of cohesion, efficiency, and, like, use of all of its elements. It just does everything really solidly, and there's not much I think it could have done to be better. Like, obviously, if you just pumped more time and budget into it, you could maybe just make everything cinematics or whatever, but other than that, in the frame that everything is working in, this is pretty much as good as it gets for the story they were telling, I think. Yeah, no, I absolutely think this makes up for some of the shortcomings of the last two patches. And even then, a lot of the shortcomings of the last two patches, I feel like, were mainly just in the pacing department. If you isolate a lot of the portions, I felt like they were all fine and good in their own isolated forms. It's just when put together the way they were, they didn't integrate perfectly. Where this one is, everything is perfectly integrated. It's so good. Yeah, there's not as much being hidden. That is a very good point. We're beginning to see the bigger picture. And that is very much appreciated. We needed that setup, we needed that mystery, but now we can learn things. Now we can explore, now we can dive deep into everything. And that's some of the best parts of stories, is when you get just into the meat of it. And we are cleanly entering that middle portion of the story, which is exciting. But with that, because I think we all could just continue to ramble and discuss this for a long while longer. I think I'll cut things off here, given that, at least where I am, it's about half an hour after midnight, so I should probably not stay up too much later. Need to wake up relatively early tomorrow, because between Zenless 1.7 special program and new Apothecary Diaries episodes, because I'm going to be caught up on it now, I got some videos to record tomorrow morning, and then edit as soon as possible. So I'm going to cut things off here, I think. Hope you all enjoyed this stream. I know I did. And I'm looking forward to continuing both Amphorius and the other games in the future. And I hope you all will join me on that. Yeah, good to see you here. Good to hear that you all enjoyed. And like I said, looking forward to seeing you around again if at all possible. But yeah, with that, bye-bye, see you next time.